Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all castes, good morning, welcome along, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It is morning here in New Zealand, wherever you are, welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name is Ben Somerville and I am presenting today's Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Friday night competition for you today. We've already got some people in the chat. Welcome along, guys. Jackie's UK. Thank you for coming. Thank you for saying it's the best car pack you've ever seen. I like that. Josh, one of our competitors, is already dead inside. So we shouldn't... Oh, no, he's dead tired. He's dead inside as well, but that's all good. He's going to be competing later on against... well, it's going to be a challenging battle, I'll tell you that right from the top of the show. We are this week going to another exciting track. It's a track that I haven't actually seen used in competition for quite some time. A track that has not made an appearance in any series that we're aware of, at least over the last year and a half, if not longer. Very, very exciting. As usual, first off, thank you to all of you for joining in. Thank you to all of our various sponsors for helping us out. Eclipse Motorsport, Fibre Factory, Enemed, Fuels, Grams Performance, and What Would Dango Do, and Accelerate Hire. Thank you to all of them for supporting us. And where are we this week? Well, very exciting. This week we are going to a track in Japan that was called out as one of the alternatives. I had originally been planning on sending us all to Atlanta, to Road Atlanta for this weekend, but of course it's Road Atlanta in the US for Formula D, and you can definitely have too much Road Atlanta. So we decided against Road Atlanta, and instead we are going somewhere that will be revealed very shortly in the driver briefing. I'm going to hold off on doing that just now, just until we have got the drivers here. In fact, on that note, let's move across and do a driver briefing now. So there is the possibility of some swearing. To warn you in advance, our drivers are used to swearing ridiculous amounts when things go wrong. So I'm just going to drop in right now and we'll go from there. Drivers, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. You are live on the chat. Please do not swear. It is time for your driver briefing. Is everybody okay today? Ish. Oh, there's actual enthusiasm. We're not used to that. That's weird. Right, let's get into this. Where are we going today so that you can all see on the stream as well? Now, guys, please remember that there is a delay on the stream. If you're watching in the chat and you're also watching on the stream, then please mute me at one or the other of them. And don't be surprised if you hear things twice if you don't. We are in Japan at YZ West Circuit, one of Japan's most legendary short circuits, great for drifting, and it is a fantastic layout previously used by VDC for their driver search back in 2020 in order to issue licenses. It is a strange run-in. What you can't see from the item that I've put up on screen, which is the brake and clip map, is that it is a right-hand side lead to begin with here. Now, the reason for that is to encourage you guys to flick across and into the clip 1 from the lead position, and to give the driver in the chase position the best chance of getting onto the door to run out to clip 2 and 3. That means, drivers, you must, in the left-hand lane, give the lead car enough room to make that initiation. They will be firing across your bumper. Hitting them in that moment will automatically count as a negative towards the chase driver, unless we see brake lights for any reason. If we don't see brake lights or a handbrake, it is definitely chase driver's fault. So you must leave them sufficient permission to swing across you. Clip 1 is on the wall. It is an outside zone on the wall. You are expected to fulfill that as close as possible to the wall as you can get, and then get on throttle all the way out to clip 2. There is the bump in the way. If you get the line correct between 1 and 2, you go around the outside edge of the bump. If you are going straight through the middle of the bump, you were probably tight at 1 or running too much angle for it to be a smooth line. You should be able to get around the outside of the bump and out to clip 2, which is another outside zone. No wall there. There's walls yet to come. The classic Chris Viltovsky wall. But there is not one at clip 2. There is, however, a dirt drop there. And in the run up to clip 2, if you drop wheels, you will be penalised because it dramatically affects the speed of the car at YZ West on all of the wheel drops, and you will be penalised for causing any contact there if you are the lead car dropping wheels. Usual rules apply. 1 wheel off, small deduction. 2 wheels off is a large deduction. 3 wheels off is an immediate 0. Now, there is a decel zone between clip 2 and 3. It's a decel zone that we've marked on this map as being quite close up to clip 3, but in reality, depending on your line through there, we understand that some people might start to decelerate smoothly and slowly between clip 2 and 3. What that doesn't mean is that I want to see people going through 2 and immediately yanking on the handbrake. You should not be jumping on the wand as you go through there. It should be a smooth decel running from where you are up against clip 2, up and into clip 3. On that basis, chase cars, you should have good proximity as far as 2. If a small gap opens up between 2 and 3, we are not going to penalise that aggressively. We understand that that is to allow for people to do a slightly variable braking action. Coming out of 3, or talking of 3 rather, it is an inside clip. You want to get hooked onto that. Lead car, no wheels off there. Chase car, you're allowed 1 wheel off there in order to maintain proximity. And after clip 3, what you can't see on the stream is the no-go zone. On the inside right-hand edge of that track is a no-go zone after you come through 2. You are not allowed to get into that as lead car. The whole purpose of coming through here with a smooth line is that you should come through 3 and it should naturally take you out to mid-wide centre track, and then your transition across to clip 4 is easy. Chase drivers, you are allowed to get a wheel into that no-go zone, but if you get a wheel in there, there is a high chance that you are going to end up blocked on the transition unless you have already started to drop back. So be careful, please. Make sure you give the guy in the lead a good chance to transition, as you will be penalised if you get in the way. Lead car must be free to transition. And they will transition across to the classic Chris Viltovsky blob of concrete. He has that fetish for his concrete walls, and there is one there. All of clip 4 is an outside zone wall section at the fastest point of the track except for entry. So as you come through here, you are accelerating through. Now I want to see guys angling up a little bit here, but you've got to make sure that it's fair. Coming through clip 4 and then turning your car into a 90-degree roadblock will get marked down. It's a smooth flowing section of track. If you come through clip 4 and suddenly crank 90 degrees of angle on and it wasn't a natural part of your rotation, we're going to mark that down. You've got to come through there smoothly, and you can continue to rotate to angle throughout it to naturally follow the arc, but you shouldn't come through it at 20 degrees and then suddenly slap to 90. That will get you marked down. So as you come out of there, it's a transition across, and what we have said all the way through the weekend since we started announcing this track is that the transition must be complete before the lead car starts their decel. So you can drag a tiny bit of handbrake as you rotate, but we do not want to see people throwing the anchor out the back whilst they're midway through that deceleration, midway through that transition before the decel zone. It starts after transition and it finishes at the end of the clip. So people can be decelling all the way to the end of clip 5. They won't have a great line to clip 6 if they do, but we have allowed for it there in case people are getting rotated very late naturally on their line and then slamming the brakes on. But we expect 3, 4, 5 to be a smooth, clean line. No sudden snaps to angle between 3 and 4 and 4 and 5. Into 5, that is where you can suddenly throw on the angle. And you can get that right. We will not mark people down if they are coming through 5 on throttle, slightly backwards, and making it to 6 with no steering corrections. But if you're coming through 5 and you're backwards and you're making loads of steering corrections and you're slapping up the steering and you're jumping on the brakes and everything else, that is an unstable lead. It will be considered unchaseable. You will lose that part of that battle. It will swing automatically and aggressively back towards the chase driver. From 5, inside zone at 6, again, normal rules apply. No wheels off the inside edge for the lead driver. Run out to 7, nice and smooth. 7 is before the finish line. You must get through the finish line before the run is considered over. So if you're coming through 7 and smacking into each other, we will have to assign a blame there as you nudge into one another coming through 7. And it's not right on the finish line, it's a little back from the finish line. So getting through 7 and then crossing the finish line is important. You should come through 7, lead car, accelerating smoothly and slowly winding off angle, coming through 7 as though they are trying to accelerate out of the racing line. We don't want to see people coming through 7 cranking on 90 degrees to cross the finish line. For a start, you'll turn yourself into a flying object going up the grass bank and it will look very weird on the stream. And second, you are blocking off the chase car, and that is not what we're here for. It's a smooth line, 5, 6, 7, accelerating out across the finish line. Do not crank on the angle across 7. We will mark that down. It makes it very hard to chase. From there, drivers carry on round the track. One set of tyres must do both halves of a battle all the way back to the start line. After your battle is over, please drive through the finish line and drive back round to the start. There is a good viewing position for the camera just before the start on the inside of the track. That's where we'll get you to wait for battles, is just before the start, facing towards the grass on the inside edge, please. And if there is a one more time, then you will go and get tyres and we will roll straight into that battle as we normally do. You should all have read the rule book. There is one amendment that I will say that I forgot to publish this week, and we are doing that based on first 0 loses the battle. So if both of you 0 out over a run, the first 0 is the one that counts. just so we don't get time pressured later on. Does anyone have any questions based on what I have just said?
When it comes to,
hang on, one at a time. Don't all jump in together. Who was first?
Sorry. Go on, mate. Go
on. Tire heating. Where is that?
Tire heating. If you come round, what Anders will do is, as the battle before you is going on, once they have cleared the pits, you will be asked to come out. Tire heating is done in the area before the start line, where there is that yellow set of lines and cones marked out. Okay. So you do it in that area there, please.
It's before the U-turn.
Yeah.
Before the start line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anyone else?
All right. 2 questions.
Go on,
one question is, on the last turn, the last 2 zones, the inner clip and the outside zone, the chase car, can you drop the tyre onto the grass? If you said it, I apologise.
Yeah, so inside lines, we always allow a tyre off in the chase position without making a massive deduction. But the only thing for that on the inside zone there is if you end up tight to them going through that clip with one tyre off and you then lose proximity, then everything you were doing was wrong anyway, and you probably were on the wrong line through there.
No, that makes sense.
If you keep proximity aggressively and only drop a tyre at 6, then that will work in your favour because it's a good aggressive chase run. But if you drop 2 wheels off the inside, that will start to get a heavy deduction. And if you drop the one and you don't manage to maintain the pressure, then that will also get you a heavy deduction.
That's right. And the second one, on the last zone, the final zone, just before the finish line, if you were to hit that grass, because I know a lot of people, well, at least myself, when I do the last zone, sometimes I just hit the grass a little. It's not going outside of track completely. It's just because the zone is so deep to the end of the track, I hit the grass sometimes. Would that be deduction enough points? I'm not saying fully out a wheel, just hitting the grass a little.
If it's one tyre, then it will get the normal 1 tyre deduction. If you've hit that line correctly and you've come through 5, then you don't come forward from 5. You go through 5 and then come forward across 6 and 7. So you will get that flow, and if the flow is right 5, 6, 7, you won't drop the wheel. If you're dropping a wheel there, it means that you're probably coming out at 5 too soon.
No worries.
Any other questions? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, go on.
Could you send me the bracket just to make sure
yes.
you haven't made any changes?
I will send you the bracket now, Anders. I will make the bracket public. I'm going to drop out of this chat, and Anders now has control of all of you as normal. He is our official driver wrangler, and I will get back to the stream. Good luck, everyone. Have a great event, and we will see you on the other side. So, that is our track map. While I am doing this, I will bring you back over to a horrifying look at my face, because that's what you're here for, obviously. Nothing to do with the drifting and everything to do with me and my face and our merchandise, just so that I can send Anders that bracket. And while we're talking about the bracket, let me throw it up for you. This is what the bracket looks like this week. As we go into things, it is an exciting one. This is all, so that you understand, drawn by random top 32. What we do is a sign up that allows for the top 32 to be drawn. 32 people get immediate access, and then we have a reserve list. So the 32 people who have made it on by this week, it's made up of our Patreons who get priority access, and then random people from around the internet. It could be you. They join up and they are here on the basis of maybe being VDC drivers, maybe being competition drivers elsewhere, maybe not being competition drivers at all, maybe just being guys who are here for a good time trying to practice things. So it's a mix of grassroots guys and pro guys. And this week, what we do, at the moment, we're not doing any qualifying. It is everyone's name put into random.org. I press shuffle and I put it up on whatever is based on the list that it turns out straight away. And I put them into the normal battle tree. So number 1 on the list fights number 32 on the list, number 2 on the list fights number 31 on the list, and so on and so forth. And this week, that has resulted in this bracket. Guillermo Cabrera versus Robert Kwaczynski, Ian Koenig versus Paddy Walls, Alexander Jaegard versus Shay McCullough, Joventli Maurizia versus Dante Rouse, Warren Greener versus Lewis Monks, Slavomir Duda versus Jack Lai, Jared Snowden versus Oliver Eppinger, Josh Oxley versus Johan Garcia. Now that's a last minute change that I don't think Josh is aware of. Johan Garcia is a stand-in replacement for Anton Colon, who had to drop out. On the other side of the bracket, things look very interesting. We've got some drivers in here that we've not seen driving before that I am really looking forward to seeing how they do in competition. And it looks like this. That is Ryan Ferguson versus Wojciech Wawrzyka, Bobby Hill versus Bartek Kukowski, Steve Smith looking to finally make his way back into a top 16. He's had a really bad run of luck there. Steve Smith is taking on Jimmy Calavano, Charlie Weaver taking on Danielis Parangauskas, Ryan Sider versus Vlad Zazulia, Jordan Fry versus Cormac Gard, Daryl Diaz versus Augusto Ferreira, and Craig Fulgham, who has made it to the podium 3 times in a week. In the last 3 weeks, 3 times in the last 3 weeks, versus the man who said he was tired at the top of the show, Josh Hartshorn. That is how your bracket shapes up. For those of you who are new to drifting, let's have a quick chat about what we are looking for. It is all very, very simple. We are trying to make this easy for everyone. We have a selection of rules, and they look like this. Our tandem battles. Each driver competes in an elimination head-to-head battle. Each battle consists of 2 runs. During those 2 runs, each driver will lead and chase once per battle. The judges choose a winner based on the combination of both runs, or can opt to have the battle again. That's our classic one more time. Now, your judges this evening are myself, Chris Ennis from Eclipse Motorsport, one of our sponsors, and also Caleb Dauphiné from VDC, one of VDC's competitors. That is the 3 judges this evening. So if I look a little bit flustered, it's because I'm controlling the stream, doing the commentary, and then trying to make up an opinion on how people were driving in the background. So don't be surprised if there is a little bit of tension in my voice on the odd occasion. This is what we're looking for, however. Our battle requirements look like this. We want the lead driver to run as close as possible to a perfect line as per the driver briefing and the track map, which you all just heard and saw. We do that deliberately so that you know exactly what we as judges are looking for, so that there is no question as to what is going on the track. You guys know exactly if we have to apply a rule at some point. That's all immediately available so that you can see it. It's all easy to understand. No, one must ensure that the run is easy to chase. Now that's crucial. You'll see that on the odd occasion we get guys who don't do that. Easy to chase means that we can mark them down for things like early transitions or late transitions. They are required to make sure that they are hitting the line. If they are braking in areas that are not required to brake in, that all gets them marked down. They must also conform to the throttle map as per briefing. So that covers the braking aspect of things that we were just talking about. It's all pretty simple stuff in the lead position. You've just got to go out there and try and do a nice run that is, and this is crucial, chaseable. In the chase position, however, this is what we are looking for. No driver should initiate later than the final countdown cone if there is one. In this instance at YZ West, it is a line on the floor just before clip 1. They must be pointing into the drift by the time they get to clip 1, and that line on the floor is the determining factor. They maintain the closest possible proximity to the lead car without compromising their line. No nudging, no touching, no molesting. And they match or better the lead car's angle. That's crucial. They must go in that order. Proximity first, angle second. If they keep the proximity but have no angle, then we mark it up for the proximity. They mark it down for the lack of angle. If they've got loads of angle but no proximity, then obviously they are not really in a battle, and not being able to maintain enough proximity would count as a failed run, an automatic 0 for an inactive chase. That is what we're looking at. So you've seen the track map, you've seen the bracket, you've seen the battle rules and what we're expecting. It is coming up on 9:30. It is time for us to send some cars. People in the chat, while we're waiting for the drivers to be called to the line, Anders has control of all of this. I'm going to send that across to that view there. Anders has control down on the line. We've introduced the judges there. I'm going to tell him that we are basically ready to go. I'm going to go into the judges chat now, and you guys can hear from the judges for the first time this evening.
They asked.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Squire.
How are we? Are we well?
We are here.
I see that that is not a yes to that question.
I'm doing pretty good myself.
All right then. So,
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
managed to put a box into a car, Chris? All feeling like the gearbox has stopped fighting back yet?
I haven't currently got the car.
Oh, because
It's gone to G2E Motorsport because they want to do some bits to it.
fair enough. So for everyone who doesn't know, that is Dango's car. I have told Anders that it's time for us to line them up. Let's get this started. It is time for our top 32. This first battle sees Guillermo Cabrera leading in Robert Kwiatkowski. Guillermo Cabrera in the S13.5 on the left-hand side of your screens as things sit right now. He is leading in Robert Kwiatkowski. They are on the line. They are ready. They are under starters' orders. Let's go. First battle of the night. Guillermo Cabrera leading them in. A nice flick from him out onto the wall as he fires across, gets onto that outside line, drops a tyre into 2 cleanly, angles up to slow down, but misses 3 completely with that late slowdown. Here's the transition now. Robert Kwiatkowski trying to use that GT86 to put the power on in the chase position. Dives up, but doesn't quite make it to the door as Guillermo doesn't make it into clip 6 again either. That looks like maybe his chase position battle. Sorry, his lead positions are the problem.
Was it also a false start because he clipped the cones, or are we not?
I didn't see that, and Anders would have called that if he had seen it.
Fair
I think.
enough.
I don't have it on the replay either, but they said both of them went. They sent the battle. Anders would have done the restart.
He did. Yeah, he just clipped the cones on the way out.
Okay. Anything there that jumps out for you guys apart from those missed inner clips and a lack of proximity in the chase position?
That about sums it up, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From the top down, average.
I wouldn't call it a massive lack of proximity. It was more of a safe chase run.
Yeah, it was surging. It went up and back, up and back. Yep, I can see that. I've put them under starters' orders. Anders is here, ready to go. They are off the line. Now we have Guillermo in the chase position and Robert Kwiatkowski out in front. He is the lead driver there. Look as he gets nicely all the way through 2 there. Oh, and there's contact from the chase driver in the slowdown. That is a decel zone, as we said during the briefing earlier. Robert Kwiatkowski now powering through that power alley section there, up against the Chris Wiltowski wall. Nicely gets into 6 and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay.
Lee dropped a wheel on the last clip, but I don't think it's anything to overturn that contact.
That contact plus the missed clips.
Yeah, so the contact there takes him wide at 3, which is the real problem for him as he comes firing through. And that seems to me to be the defining part of that battle, because other than that, he makes it into 6. He does get a little bit rowdy across 7. I agree with that, Chris. But there wasn't anything there that necessarily overturns that contact being the major error for me when we go lead to lead and chase to chase. Gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes! Chris Ennis is back. Those of you who were watching last week will know that I spent some time doing an impression of Chris Ennis because Chris Viltovsky believes that Chris Ennis just says yes a lot. So every time we got to the end of a battle and we were certain that it was going a certain way, we would just do a Chris Ennis says yes. Yes. So,
Man.
can we confirm, Chris Ennis, your victor, Guillermo or Robert?
Good. Yeah, don't make me say his name.
Was it? So it was Robert in the lead position in the second battle, the GT86.
Yes.
Robert Kvichinsky, a vote from Chris Ennis. Caleb?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Robert for me.
Robert as well for me. That is unanimous. Robert Kvichinsky gets the win and advances on just based on that contact into that round. Well done to Robert. We'll see you again in the top 16. Next up, we have Ian Koenig versus Paddy Walls. Now, this could be a fiery battle. So, guys, sorry, just so you know, occasionally you'll see me go to my phone. It's because we're communicating with Anders via the medium of Discord on my phone, and he's got the start line marshal. We don't get a chance to talk to him now. He sits in a box of silence with drivers, announces names, and then says 3, 2, 1, go a million times. And by the end of the evening, he's basically suicidal. It's kind of fantastic. So while we're waiting for those guys to come to the line, we are looking for Ian Koenig to lead in first. Ian Koenig is one of the drivers that's wanted a more S14 shaped RB26 for the Pro Pack. Those of you who keep an eye on our social media will have seen that we announced that car fully earlier on today. That was revealed to the general public. Ian has a nasty habit of not putting his setup on before starting a battle, and I wondered if that was going to be the case again today, because he sent me a message saying, dude, can you move my battle? I've got class. And then has decided that drifting is more important than learning. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, that's his choice.
Terrible influence.
Terrible influence. It wasn't me. I said he should wait. I said he shouldn't come. It's fine. They're off the line. This is Ian Koenig in the lead position. Paddy Walls in the chase position. The young man from Ireland versus the young man from California. As Ian Koenig fires it in. That's a great line from Ian all the way through there. Paddy doesn't have an answer for Ian on that first corner as Ian gets absolutely dialed in onto the inside zone. A slightly slow transition, but he gets out to 4 and fulfills that clip. Now comes up short on 5. That's going to be a major deduction after what was otherwise a very strong run and across the line. Gentlemen, your thoughts on that? That's one of the best leads we've seen Ian Koenig put down, in my opinion.
Check your replay. I think he missed clip 1.
He missed clip 1 and he was very shallow on 2 other clips.
I'm looking at clip 1.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. However, it does look a little bit like Paddy almost blocks him there. I can see why he wouldn't, but I agree. He misses clip 1, and that probably gives him that speed advantage. Yeah, all right. And doesn't make it into 5 either. So it was a fast run. I mean, that car is brutal fast at the moment, but it was not a clean run. Okay. We've got a benchmark. We know what we're looking for now. I'm going to put them under starters orders with Anders. They are under starters orders. Let's get things rolling. Paddy Walls this time, the young man from Ireland in the lead position in that RB28 powered 13.5. Bright yellow on your screens coming streaming in. He does make it into clip 1. And look, he made a mistake there as well, though. He drops a tyre off at clip 2. Oh, and Ian straightens in the background. He has nothing left to give in that chase position as they come around the corner. Paddy Walls on a lovely line, making it out to the wall. Late transition. Oh, but he drops 2 wheels off and Ian makes contact on the way back in. That is not how we wanted to see this battle go. Let's have a look at that on the replay. The first thing I'm going to ask you, gentlemen, is this a 0 from Ian in the chase position? Does he fully straighten or does he manage to keep it slightly in drift?
Well,
No.
we are doing the first 0, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
I'm just going to watch it again because it says I just want to see if Paddy calls his...
Come on, transition to the right thing. Sorry, just while you're doing that, Chris, it's my replay cameras and stuff are messing up. Let's see that one more time. The chat's already gone mad. Hopefully he put on his setup. Yes, he definitely put on his setup. Looking at that speed, sheesh, a big F in the chat for that battle. Go on, sorry, Caleb.
I'm just gonna say if we're going off first 0, from what I can see, Ian was
I mean, Paddy doesn't drop 3 wheels either, so I'm not even sure it's a heavy deduction for stalling up with those 2 wheels off the track. But if it had been in any other situation, it would have been a 9-1 advantage to Ian if he'd been in the battle the rest of that place. But it's not the 0 doesn't overturn the 9-1, even if Paddy dropped both tyres there, and he wouldn't have then had the 3rd tyre off if he hadn't been steamrolled by Ian. Is my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning.
In which case, I shall ask the question. In the battle between Ian Koenig and Paddy Walls, Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Paddy.
Chris Ennis says Paddy. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Paddy.
That is 2 votes for Paddy, and I can tell you all that it is unanimous. Paddy gets the win and advances on to the top 16, where he will take on Robert Kwiczynski. That is a shame for Ian. That's a real shame for Ian. I was expecting more from him there. He's been driving well all week. He's been looking fast. I'm almost tempted to say he's got a little bit too much grip in that car.
The lesson there is, stay in school, children.
Stay in school, kids. Yeah, drifting doesn't beat education, spelt with an S-H-U-N at the end. Oh man, I'm in a weird place. So, since we started on the air earlier, we've had a load of people give us a follow. I'm just going to run down from the top. So, Jake is UK, Attili 30, Dan Collins 97, R. Calman, It's House, Alex Pizik, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Ryan Thomas Yar, all thank you for the follow, and someone who's written in acrylic, I'm assuming Anton something, but I can't read your surname, my Russian is not that good. Thank you very much to all of you for the follows. Next up, we have on the line Alexander Yegard versus Shay McCullough. This could be a great battle. Alexander Yegard in the big Mustang versus Shay McCullough. I know you guys can't see it at your end, chaps. He'll be in white for you, but I've got him in a lime green S13.5. I added a load of skin so that we had more on the screen this time. As Alexander Yegard fires it in, gets around the bump nicely, and look at the angle. Alexander Yegard is pouring on to get into 3 there, but Shay McCullough's managing to stay in the battle. Oh no, but now with some separation opening up at the transitions, Alexander Yegard fires that on, and Shay McCullough gets into it way too much, gets up into his door and across the line. Well, what did you chaps see here? Give me your standout moments.
Lovely lead.
It was a
Yeah,
great
I think
lead.
that's been the best lead. So.
Yeah. And a bit of a scrappy chase, really. From the off.
Right from the off, yeah, we see that gap open up between 1 and 2 as Alexander Yegard manages to keep that Mustang absolutely pinned on the throttle all the way through there, gets the transition nicely, and that gap just opening up all the time between them right up until the last moment when Alexander Yegard is massaging that car in towards the inside line and ends up getting absolutely slammed into from the chase position. So, let's see what happens as we spin this round the other way. Shay McCullough now in the lead position. I'm going to send Anders the message, put them under starters orders. Here we go. Shay McCullough in that putrid snot green S13.5. He doesn't choose that colour. They're randomly assigned to the guys that aren't part of the Patreon with a skin on their Patreon account, and that's a big flick there from Shay McCullough as Alexander Yegard slots in. That's one of the better chase positions. He just sacrifices Sue to maintain that proximity, but then a little bit of lag maybe just causing that contact there, but neither driver really affected as they get back onto the throttle coming firing through. Shay McCullough's getting scrappy in that lead position, doesn't make it into 6. And Alexander Yegard's going on a punt fest. Punt fest from Alexander Yegard. Let's have a look at that. That makes things much more interesting. Gentlemen,
I don't think Shay was going to make it to clip 3 until Alex punted him.
I'm just having a look at the replay.
Yeah. No, maybe just.
No, he was gonna make that.
it's that contact at the end for me. That's kind of crucial. I'm going to put that replay up one more time just so we can see that again, because that there's a lot happening in this battle now.
And then taps the front to straighten him back out again.
Yeah, I think he was gonna make that. I think it might have been a case of Alex struggling with being a little quicker.
Yeah, except for the thing, obviously there's that massive gap in the middle, so as they get back onto the throttle in that middle section, it does look a little bit weird. I'm going to ask the question. And you guys tell me what you think. So, Caleb Dauphin, who is your winner?
Well, up until that point, that contact just mixes it up. For me, I'm gonna personally go. I'd like you to see what you're about.
So, Caleb Dauphin says one more time.
I'm teetering on the edge. Alex's lead run was much better. And the contact.
But that contact is what really.
Yeah, that's it for me as well.
But he didn't knock him off track. He nudged him sort of at the back, put him on a bit more angle, and then nudged him on the front and straightened him back up so he could make it over the line. So it's not massively affected him. I don't even think.
But don't forget, there was contact that looked like it was either a lag hit or there was a fault anyway on the way into 3. Okay, yeah. Do you have a definite winner? Phil Milton, Josh Burns, thanks for the likes. You're going one more time?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 votes for one more time. Mine becomes irrelevant. Let's get them back underway straight off the bat. We are going to rerun the fun. We're going one more time, sending them again. Let's have a look at this then. So, it's a pretty aggressive lead from Alexander Jaegaard. We saw a fantastic lead. Oh, my opinion, best lead of the night so far. But then in the chase position, things started to unwind for him, just so that you guys have a full summary of our thinking. In the chase position, things started to unwind. For me, there were almost points where it was an inactive chase from Shea McCullough in the first battle, or the first half of that battle. So I couldn't give it enough either way either. I would have gone one more time as well. I've put them under starters orders. I have sent the message. I have pressed the button. They are under starters orders with Anders. Alexander Jaegaard gets off the line in the lead position. Can he put down another lead like last time? That car fully gripped up. Shea McCullough knows it now. Knows that Alex is going to be on that full throttle, but Alex drops a tyre coming through 2. Manages to gather it up beautifully, but only makes it to the second line at clip 3. Transitions hard across and clips the wall. This is not the pressure battle that we wanted to see. Shea McCullough manages to bring the fight this time, but he's making contact into 3 and 4. Into 5 and 6 and across the line again. That is not the battle we saw first time round, gentlemen.
Out of curiosity, what's Jay's ping?
I can't see it right now.
Oh.
Cool, pretty very shallow on one and did have a air drop, and then again, yeah, just wasn't really there. We'll see what happens.
If there hadn't been the contact, I think Shea would have had the advantage there.
I think even with the contact, that looked a little bit like Shea was back on throttle at a good point, and the contact wasn't enough to disrupt either of them for me. So I'm giving a slight advantage, very slight advantage to Chase there. So I'm putting them back under starters orders. They are ready to go. I got a message from Ian Koenig saying that Paddy stalled out and would have slammed into his door. He cut almost onto the grass over 3. We'll have another look at it again, Ian. We'll have a chat later. As Shea McCullough fires across. What is that line that Alexander Jaegaard is on? There is only one person at fault there, I think. Let's have a look at that on the replay. That is... What was that? That is not what we were expecting. Let's have a look at this. Guys talking about... There's no crowds on the track, so it does well from Whitley. Whitley's about to see something because we're, of course, a little bit ahead. He's just said there's no crowds on the track, so it does well. But there is a lead car on the track, Whitley. There's something for him to hit regardless. That is a good initiation from Shea. But Alex... Oh, was Shea going slowly there? It looked to me like he was on full throttle.
No, he was off throttle, I think. There's no smoke.
Okay, I'm going to put that back on. We're going to have to watch that again, and this time we're going to have to watch it a bit more seriously.
going
Yeah,
off
I'm
track
actually, now
anyway.
that you mentioned that, it looked like he was off front. I thought he was in front,
I think Alex has just followed him.
a little hard to tell though.
Yep, let's have a look. If needs be, we'll switch across. So he's on throttle, gets through one. Oh no, he's off throttle there. There's a point there where he's massively off throttle as he comes along to the end of the wall.
Yeah, because if you look at where he's going,
I think he was going off track anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me do some math. That makes Alex our winner.
I'm just watching it one more time. Yeah, there's a definite slowdown. I mean, Alex Yagard was on an inside line in order to keep the proximity. He obviously thought that Shay was going to be absolutely rapid into there, the same as he was in the first half of that battle.
But if you look at the contact, Shay's back wheel is 2 foot from the edge of the track, and he's still heading out wide.
Yeah, that's what's really bringing it for me. Is,
He wasn't going forward; he was going left still.
There isn't going to be a good call on this one. Everyone's going to have an opinion. So, yeah, it looks to me like Shay was washing wide there. I mean, he was coming towards the pit exit. I know that we said in the briefing that the good line takes you round the bump there, but the good line also has you on throttle from the moment you get through clip 1. And for me, that is an error in the lead from in the fastest part of the track.
Yeah,
yeah, that's lead error for me. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say that Alex is gonna get this one.
Alex for me as well.
So because of the off throttle, even if the line had been perfect, that moment of being off throttle in the fastest part of the track is not necessary. It's not a decel.
Not a decel.
He was off throttle, and as I say, for me, he was going off track anyway.
I mean, there is not that much difference in speed of those cars in that section of the track if they're both on throttle. There just isn't. I know the Mustang's fast, but it's not blow the doors off the car in front fast.
If he'd have been on throttle, he'd have been pulling up the hill as well, rather than still washing wide.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a vote, gentlemen. Chris Ennis, your vote, please.
Alexander Yagard.
Alexander Yagard. Caleb Dauphiney, your vote, please.
Alex.
Okay. That is Alexander Yagard. In what I know, I can already see in the chat with people going too far each way, like that is going to be a controversial one, but to break it down, what we're seeing there, guys, is that is a lead position that is off throttle. A chase that, yes, even if we say that was a 50-50, even if we say it's a 50-50, then that would still come back to that first, we'd have to go back to that first run and review it, but I don't see that that's a 50-50 blame. For me, that is Shay McCullough off throttle in the fastest part of the track, slowing down and on a line that was taking him in. And yes, Alexander Yagard was on an inside chase line, but he would have been trying to make sure that he was keeping the proximity that Shay had the speed to encourage from the first half of that battle. Don't forget that one more time, those guys had sized each other out. So Alexander Yagard, I very much doubt, was doing something that he didn't think Shay was going to already be doing. Anyway, it's going to be controversial. You're all going to have an opinion. We're going to move on regardless. It's one of those things. Every drift event has its talking point. I think that's going to be this one from tonight. So we move on. The last battle of this group, Choventli Maurizia versus Dante Rouse. Choventli Maurizia in the lead position. They are on the line. Choventli in that E92, the N54 powered, 1,000 horsepower almost lag monster E92 Eurofighter, and Dante Rouse in the chase position in that RB28 powered S13.5. I think that's potentially a full start. I'm going to call that as a restart.
I'm not sure because Dante set off and then stopped.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Looked like an error on Dante's part. But...
I think I'm going to disagree, and the reason I'm going to call that is because I've seen Anders did it as well. This is, if I transition across, I want you guys just to, the timing's wrong. You won't get to see it. Doesn't matter. We'll just carry on.
It's fine.
They're under starters orders again, and this time they're off the line cleanly. That is it. They're underway. So let's see that again. Giovanni Maurizia gets that fire in, but look at the gap he's opened up. Is he on a good line? Yes, he is. Fires through there. Dante Rouse absolutely left napping in the chase position. Doesn't manage to get any kind of proximity at all against Giovanni Maurizia here. Giovanni is a fantastic driver. Really phenomenal. Gets it hooked up. Only just dropping that wheel and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. Gentlemen, what I saw there was a man getting his doors blown clean off.
Exactly the same that happened in the first run.
That was an inactive chase for me.
I think it's on the verge for me.
It's very close. Yeah. The only thing I will say is the lead car missed clip 1.
I'm going to have to go back and watch the first part of that replay again in that case, Chris, because I'll be honest, I'm going to be straight up front. I didn't see that. So you've been catching clip 1 a couple of times now. Whitley saying, please drug test the E92, see if he's hiding some NOS in his pants or something. Let's find out. I just very quickly, sorry about the double launch on the replay there. Sometimes it doesn't go. I just want to see that.
Yeah, he did miss one.
Okay, he does miss one, and that would account for that first big gap all the way through that first corner. So from there right up until clip 3 even, that gap doesn't get any bigger for me.
Yeah, Dante was very slow off the line.
That's true, but Giovanni Maurizia also takes his time threading his way through that line. Dante launches and then tries to get back in it once Giovanni Maurizia gets through the line there. None of that's good. But the separation comes back to being, I think, at least 50% due to missing clip 1, because that clip 1 is so crucial to setting up the line through turn 1. So for me, that's not an inactive chase. That's a lead error causing at least 50% of that gap through the first corner. And if you don't have it through that first corner, then you don't get it back until right at the end. And Dante was reeling him in all the way through the rest of that course.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens in this run. I'm going to put them under starters orders. It might become crucial. We might have to go back and look at it. So, they are under starters orders. Is Dante Rouse leading in Giovanni Maurizia? Here we go. Dante off the line cleanly. Is he going to make it into turn 1? That's the question now as he goes firing in. No, he doesn't fulfill clip 1 either. And that's, you can see, we've seen how fast that E92 is, but as soon as the lead car doesn't get into clip 1, then it's all over. So we're going to have to judge these lead versus lead, chase versus chase as they come firing into this last section. A beautiful lead line from Dante there. That was absolutely brilliant. Let's have a look at what that does to our judges' opinions.
Very comparable, actually. They both basically did the same thing in the
Giovanni got closer more often, but it was a bit of a scrappy chase around clip 3.
Okay.
I think that's just because he reeled him in so quickly and wasn't expecting it.
Emil95, inactive means sandbagging, doesn't it? Never seen anyone rule a slower chase car who's obviously trying judged as inactive. No, that's absolutely the rule all around the world now. It's the way that drifting has gone, courtesy of the Formula D regulation. It's stepping in. There's a few places that will encourage it, but for me, you know, there's a point where yes, if it's a slower car not keeping up, but the 13.5 is a fast car. It's not a case of the E92 is massively rapid in compared to the S13.5. If it was a little 86, then I might be viewing it differently, but inactive chase just means that the driver was not in the battle properly. Now, what we've seen there in both battles, in my opinion, is that you get the guy going through turn 1. If the lead car doesn't make it into clip 1, they are gone. It doesn't matter what happens anywhere else, that lead car is gone, at least as far as clip 3. So for lead versus lead, I think those were pretty similar runs. The difference for me comes from the fact that coming into clip 3, from there onwards, Giovanni Maurizio was able to get back in it, but it wasn't smooth proximity. He surges up and back. To be honest, my vote is one more time. I think that was just bad from both drivers.
I'm along that line as well.
Chris, do you have a winner?
I'm leaning towards Juventus, but if you're both saying one more time, that's irrelevant.
No, it's good to have on the it's good to have on the box. So I will ask directly, Caleb.
Yeah, so one more time.
It's a one more time. Okay, so it's one more time. We're going to rerun the fun. Let's see them again. See what happens if we send it one more time. This is the last battle of this part of the top 32. We move on to the next section of the bracket. We just load the drivers in groups of 8. We want to see what happens here. We want to see a clean run from these guys. They've had a chance to size each other out. Okay, and Dante Rouse is going to know that he cannot let Giovanni Maurizio have any room at all. But Giovanni Maurizio must get into that first clip. And I'm telling Anders that they've got to get into clip 1. Just so we can have a battle. So Anders will now tell those guys on the line, you both got pinged, you didn't make it into clip 1 in your lead position, you've got to get in it. So
can we also make sure that the lead car is not lining up to where it's easier to get through the cones like that?
yeah.
I'd say he's pretty straight.
No, he's at the point where he can see a racing line through. So that has been sent to Anders as well. I know that you guys want to see some drifting. We want to see some drifting as well, but it's important that this is done in a fair way. Missing clip 1, not fair because it gives you such an advantage. Not being lined up so that you can get through that with some kind of restriction on your speed, then that is also an advantage. So that's where we're at. They are lined up on the line. This is the rerun. We are rerunning the fun. Giovanni Maurizio, look, there you go. You can see now how much that slows down the lead car. Giovanni Maurizio in the lead position. Does he make it into clip 1? Yes, he does, nicely on the wall this time. And Dante Rouse, lost in the smoke, has a moment of lag, it looked like, but is managing to get back into it. Giovanni Maurizio doesn't make it into clip 3 very cleanly. As we get through the transition, though, this is where it starts to only now open up. That is definitely Dante Rouse starting to make ground up in that last section, but that was Giovanni Maurizio missing it completely going into clip 6. That is another battle of things just moving backwards and forwards across either side of the aisle. Let's see, they fire it in nicely onto clip 1 from Giovanni Maurizio. He hits 2 nicely as well, ends up slightly deep at 3, and that's just forcing all the time that he's trapped in that smoke. You can see that Dante Rouse is just dropping back further and further, but not a clean lead run.
Get some understeer around clip 2.
I think they might have. So let's see. And it's telling me what's happening down on the line. We've got them ready to go. Giovanni Maurizio has said he wants to hold back just that little bit. That's fine. We'll allow that. I think actually we should probably close that down going forwards, but there they are off the line, ready to go as they come firing in. Dante Rouse also makes it just into clip 1. It was nicer, but he's dropped a wheel. Oh, he dropped a wheel and there's contact. He's dropped a wheel and there's contact. You could see how fast the speed falls off that car. It's like dropping an anchor out of the back. We're watching across here. Dante Rouse fires up and in onto that inside line, round and across. We're going to have to assign blame for that contact, gentlemen.
That's going to be lead car for me. He dropped the tire and had a massive slowdown. So I think that was easily avoidable at the same time. I don't think it was that that massive contact was warranted, but it was. I would fault the lead car.
Yeah, I agree completely there.
Drolls, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I think I agree with that as well, guys. In which case, can I please have Chris Ennis, your winner?
Juventus.
Gioventli. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner?
Prevently.
And that is the same for me. That is unanimous. Gioventli Maurizia takes his place in the top 16, knocking out Dante Rouse after a great battle there in many respects. Great lead lines from drivers apart from clip one in that first half. Everything was decided in that second half. I'm trying to hype it up. Actually, there were bits of that battle that were straight up bad as well. Let's be honest about it. I enjoy seeing both these guys' drives, but that was not the battle from either of them that we expect. So we move on. There will be a small moment now whilst Anders loads in the next group of drivers, and we're going to take that time to show you how the bracket is looking. If I just do this, this, and this, then you can see this. So, how things have stacked up so far. What you have making it through to our top 16, Robert Kwiczynski taking on Paddy Walls, Alexander Jaegard taking on Gioventli Maurizia. After that weird double set of one more time battles at the end of that there, we now move on. Warren Greener will take on Lewis Monks, Slavomir Duda versus Jack Lai, Jared Snowden versus Oliver Eppinger, and Josh Oxley versus Johan Garcia. They are your next drivers up taking to the line. On the other half of the bracket, still to come, Ryan Ferguson, Wojciech Wawrika, Bobby Hill versus Bartek Kokowski, Steve Smith versus Jimmy Calvano, Charlie Weaver versus Danielis Paringauskas, Ryan Sider versus Vlad Zazulia, Jordan Fry versus Cormac Gard, Daryl Diaz versus Augusto Ferreira, and the battle that has Josh Hartshorn absolutely bricking himself. It is Josh Hartshorn to be led in by Craig Fulgham at the end. Josh, you can do this. We believe in you. I hope that sounded as convincing as it was felt. There's silence from the other judges. They do not believe in him. Yeah, sorry, I'm just flinging it around. It's time for some commentator's purse. There we go. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone's on an equal footing. So Craig's definitely got that. That's definitely Craig's battle. Does that even it up? I don't know.
I suppose so.
Thanks, Caleb. That's really supportive. I really feel like you're on my team with that one. Oh, dear. So, first up in this next part of the battle tree, Warren Greener versus Lewis Monks. Warren Greener in the RX V8. That is a Mercedes M113K compressor V8 powered RX-8. Now, that car has had a power bump in our Pro Pack, and it's gone from being competitive only on small tracks, which is how it was before, to actually being a real contender. So when the Pro Pack comes out, guys, that is going to be a car to have a look at when you're coming into competition. That is a fast little car. It is all side bite. So if you are like me and you like a Yeetie McSide bite kind of angry car, then that is probably a good one for you to check out. Warren Greener has had some good results with us before. He's had some podiums, made some top fours, came all the way through to the final after being a reserve driver 4 weeks ago. Lewis Monks has been struggling with some of the competition, but is a solid driver nonetheless. I'm looking forward to this battle. We're going to see how it shapes up. Are we all looking at the same thing? Nothing on the stream? Yeah. Eddie ETA for the new Pro Pack. Let's go through some of these commentary inactivities. We've talked about that. Turbo's kicked in at 5 to 6. Yes, the turbo on the 13.5 is it's aggressive. Chris, you've driven it a fair bit. Thoughts on the 13.5?
The new one or the old one?
The engine is the same.
But I thought you changed the mapping on it.
No, the 13.5 is identical.
Oh, it was the gearbox you changed.
It's the gearbox have changed. Yeah, the gearbox has changed.
Yeah. Yes. It's one of them cars, the second you come off boost, it's all over.
Yes. Yeah, it is really, it's a cliff. So what we've done for the Pro Pack, to make that car a little bit more balanced, We've made a correction to... It's got a whole new body that we'll reveal very soon. We've made a correction to some of the weight distribution to even things up a little bit. We've moved the fuel tank, and we've changed the ratios on the 6-speed gearbox. So now if you run it... there are certain ratios on the 6-speed box where if you put it on a certain final drive, every single time you pull, it's on boost. But you've got to use all 6. You can't just use 4. If you use 4 and it drops off boost, that's it, it's all over. But if you use all 6, it just keeps pulling, and it is a phenomenal car now. And I don't like driving with Wisefab, but that is a phenomenal car. As we get off the line, this is the battle where Warren Greener is leading us in here. This is Warren Greener getting nicely all the way out through that first section, and in the chase position, Lewis Monk struggling to stay with him a little bit as Warren just comes up a little shy on 3, but buries that car right up against the wall coming through 4. Nicely onto the power there. You can see that side bite from the RX-8 cleanly taking him into that D-cell and across the line.
One was a little shallow on one.
Yeah, little shallow on one, little bit slow through 2 and 3.
Hang on. For some reason, the replay has decided that it was playing the old battle. Sorry to everyone on that. We'll pick up this one midway through. I apologise.
But yeah, it was a solid enough lead.
Wasn't spectacular. Did the job.
That's
In the chase position, however, a bit of a gap opening up there.
Probably because some of it being a little shallow on one. So.
Yeah, that will definitely have made a part of it. Helps if I can find these guys. There we are. So Lewis Monk's in the lead position now, firing in, going into that initiation. He's also shallow on 1, however, as they come screaming through. Gets nicely out to 2, but that gap's starting to open up. But he has seen clip 3 as totally optional as he makes it around the outside of that corner. Lewis Monk's leaving the door wide open for a resurgent Warren Greener, who takes no second invitation to surge right up onto that door. Now I'm going to press the button properly this time and then switch across to the replay cam. Let's have a look at this. Big flick in, doesn't make it into 1. Guys, if you're watching on the stream, the guys who are driving, make sure you keep in mind we are pinging that clip 1 really harsh. If you don't clip into 1, you are having it marked against you. And these guys, you can see here, that was Lewis Monk's not making it into 1 and then having a scrappy lead everywhere else. I definitely have a winner. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's kind of the same line of thought I'm having.
Yeah, it was very tidy from Warren, really. Nothing spectacular, but he did what he had to do.
If Lewis had just gotten into 1 better and just done a little bit an equivalent line, he would have probably had that.
I think Warren's chase was a lot better.
Yeah, that as well.
Especially in the second half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a winner.
Okay. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
Warren.
Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Warren.
And it is unanimous. I also give the win to Warren. Warren Greener takes the win and advances on to the top 16. That has been sent to Anders. We'll get straight on into that next battle. See, guys, you're seeing here really is important. That clip 1 is absolutely crucial. We are going to be pinging that all night. Drivers in the lead position cannot just skirt around the outside of clip 1. We want to see you in that lead position, getting right up onto the wall. It's crucial. It defines the line through turn 1. If you're not getting into it, it's very hard to follow. Right, we're moving on now. The next battle tonight, coming up to the line, getting themselves in position. Slavomir Duda versus Jack Lai. I have never seen Slavomir Duda drive on our server. He is in that GT86 with the 2JZ. He is up against a man who we have seen drive a lot. Jack Lai has been with us a few weeks now. He's a cracking driver, really strong in the chase position. He's leading... should be Slavomir to lead first.
I was going to say
yeah.
Yeah.
Way around.
Yeah, I think Anders has pulled it. There we go. Let's see them move into position. Okay, they are ready on the line. Let's see them get off the line. Now it is Slavomir Duda to lead in Jack Lai. Slavomir in that lead position. The GT86 hooking up off the line. Those cars are very, very fast on the run-in. Is he going to be able to fill clip 1? Yes, he is, but a gentle movement across to clip 1 rather than the flick that we're really after. However, they are both in it here. Well, that was a very weird correction of angle by Slavomir Duda in the lead position. That is allowed Jack Lai back up onto the door now as they come through. I think that was lag, but a big backing up onto that inside line by Slavomir Duda, but it's causing Jack Lai to surge backwards and forwards. That is a very strange battle. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Jack hit the lead car at clip 3, which caused him to wobble and miss the clip. And then Jack was completely straight between 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that as well. And that was a decel zone there.
That is a decel zone coming up into clip 3. It's just a level of aggression that might be too high. Jack Lai is such an aggressive chase driver, but has it caused... Yeah, he's got wheels straight there. That is not what we were expecting. Jack Lai now has a chance to overturn this. He's got to make sure that he really gets things under control as he goes through this next part of the battle. If we see this huge opening up, if that speed is there, if that is not something that Slavomir Duda can keep with, then that's going to open the battle right back up again. Jack Lai is going to be going full attack, trying to make sure that he puts his mark over this second half of the battle as they come through the bump. Jack Lai out to clip 2, but Slavomir Duda is right there. Look at him, he's keeping that proximity all the way through. A shallow line on that transition, but it's surging back up onto the door. Good control from the man in the GT86 as Jack Lai gets all out of sorts coming through this section, round and across the line. That is a much tidier chase. Is a good lead, but it is potentially not enough to overturn that first battle. Gentlemen.
I have a winner.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got a winner, but
Hang on, can I summarise this? I think I share everyone's opinion. I've got a winner, but I don't like how it happened.
yeah, I'm on that.
Yeah, that was not.
Well, for me, the first run was a 10-0.
Yeah, that straightening the chase. The thing for me is I kind of agree with Chris here, because that straightening, as we come through 5, 6, 7, there is no reason for Jack to be straight there. That is a big angle section of track. Even ignoring the contact earlier on.
Well, yeah, if you ignore it, yeah, he was completely straight between 6 and 7. So that for me is a 10-0, and it wasn't the greatest chase, but you know, even if you said it was 6-4 to the lead, it's still not enough.
So I'm going to ask the question. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Slavomir.
Slavomir Duda gets 1 vote from Chris Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné, your vote, please.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Slavomir for me as well.
And it is unanimous. Slavomir Duda gets the win and advances on into the top 16. Jack Lai, an incredibly aggressive chase driver, just got it too much. Just overcooked it for me in that chase position. I think the contact I would have probably had to go back and have another look at to see whether there was that snap rotation to angle coming into 3 for Slavomir Duda. Looked to me like it could have potentially been lag. We might have had to assign blame there, but the battle continued, and even if I write that off, 5, 6, 7, that massive moment where Jack Lai is all wheels straight, desperately trying to keep it in, and there's no reason in that car to be in that position.
Came off boost, I think.
Yeah, that's probably likely, and that is one of those things. So it's one of the things with that car. We'll talk about that car again in a minute. I know there's guys still asking questions in the chat. Next up, it's Jared Snowden to lead in Oliver Eppinger. Let's get these guys lined up. I think they probably already are. Anders is Johnny on the spot this week, and look, there we go, getting them into position. Caleb called it earlier. We want them nice and central on the line, both up to the line. And I think we are ready. Let's get them sent. This is Jared Snowden to lead in Oliver Eppinger. Here we go. Jared Snowden in the Minty Media car, the S15 with the 2J in the lead position. Comes off the line hard, goes for that flick initiation onto the wall. Actually makes it nicely out to 1 there, but has a big straighten between 1 and 2. Look how much chaos that's caused. That huge wobble. But, oh no, there was an over-rotation definitely going into there, and he's been punted clean off the track by that chase position from Oliver Eppinger. That is That's a weird
That was
one,
all-
guys.
That was all lead. That was all lead.
Let's have a look at it now. We go back to the replay.
Not bad.
Yeah, so this is where it all starts to come apart. That's a big wobble with a handbrake drag as well from Snowden to try and reinitiate as he comes through there. And it looks like he's already fully over-angled before that contact there. It's a very, very difficult line to follow. Do we consider that position there the contact to be from an unchaseable lead?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So we have an advantage already given. Oliver Eppinger now will lead them in. This is Oliver Eppinger in that 2JZ powered GT86, ready to go on the line. Jared Snowden, Minty Media in the chase position with that S15. Jumps off the line, doesn't want to get left behind. He's going to try and make up some serious ground by going for something mega aggressive in the chase position as Oliver Eppinger gets it hooked up. And look at that. That's a big straighten from Minty in the chase. Absolutely unable to keep with the man in the GT86. This car is on fire. Look at Oliver Eppinger dialing that in beautifully. Big transition now out onto the outside line. Beautiful, hooks it up just on the inside of 6 there, but 7 is masterful and across the line. That is a nice lead line. Definitely chaseable, do we think, gentlemen?
I think that was the best lead all day today. Yeah, I would say so.
That is a really clean lead. Doesn't quite get fulfilled too as much as some we've seen, but the overall arc is smooth. Good transition onto the wall there from the GT86 of Oliver Eppinger. Nice transition back, not over angling it, but nice solid correction. Keeps the angle consistent through the front wheels, round and through and over that line there. That is a great run. I think this probably can only go one way. Gentlemen, your thoughts, please. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
That's gonna have to be Oliver for me.
Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Oliver.
And it is unanimous. Oliver Eppinger gets the win and advances on the first person from this lower bracket. We now get to find out who he is going to face. This one is going to be crucial. Oliver Eppinger, who is he facing? Is it Josh Oxley or the stand-in driver, Johan Garcia? This could be a lot of fun. Josh Oxley to lead in first in the V8 S14. They are on the line and ready. We're going to roll straight into it. We'll have a discussion about the RB28 13.5 in a minute to continue that. And they are off the line. Josh Oxley going for that flick in. Big flick from him. Does make it into one. It's a little bit shallow, but he hits the bump, but it keeps on it. Absolutely keeps the power down. Getting to gather that car up through the bump. Out into 3. It's a little bit wide, but he's got a bit of a gap opening up now. Gets the hammer down again. This transition going to be crucial. Josh Oxley fulfilling nicely that outer zone, but that clean line through 5, 6, and 7 allows the chase back into the fight. Let's have a look at that, gentlemen.
Josh was a little shaky in that first second.
I think that bump really unsettled him as he came through there. He managed to hit it square on with the front wheels and it totally bounced the car out. So I can understand why the chase dropped back a bit there. Johan's having to play it a little bit safe.
Just watch him come. Just watch Josh come round to the line, Ben. The near side rear wheel's not touching the floor.
Interesting. Okay, we'll have to have a look at that in a bit then. Let's get them underway. Johan Garcia is in the lead now. All of this could be irrelevant. We could see something dramatic happen in this battle as Josh Oxley takes in the chase position. He's been struggling with this car in this track over the last 2 days since we released the track 24 hours ago. He's been out practicing, but he has definitely struggled to get that car hooked up how he wants around this track. And look, that bump catching him out. That is a big contact there from both of them. We'll have to go back and watch that the same way we did with the battle earlier. Look at this transition now. Josh Oxley surging back up onto the rear quarter, but a lovely, lovely line from Johan Garcia. And just as I say that, he hooks a wheel over the outside edge of the track and gets stuck and now makes it round and across the line. Let's have a look at that again, gentlemen.
Did you guys see any brake lights by any chance with that contact from the lead, or?
I didn't, but it did look very slow. I have to go back and watch that first section again. can restart that. I really want to see. Brake lights are the crucial one here.
I'm watching now.
Oh, I tell you what, he's
Smoke
off
drops
throttle.
off.
He's off throttle all the way after clip 1. There's no smoke line until the end of the wall after clip 1.
Yeah, and then he comes back off throttle just before 2.
I'm going to watch that one more time. Sorry to
Yeah, he
everyone to keep going
misses.
back to this, but we really got to get this right.
He misses 1. He's very shallow on 1. Practice.
I have a winner.
Okay, Chris Ennis is saying he has a winner. Caleb Dauphin, do you have a winner?
Just looking at this replay when I'm done.
And that's after watching the first run back again. as
Dirty
well.
Ben Jr., thank you for the follow. Welcome along.
Yes,
Thanks for
I'll
coming.
do that.
I'm going to ask the question. Caleb Dauphin, do you have a winner?
Not yet, not yet. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about with run 1.
The proximity more than anything.
This is a tricky one for me. I'm going to watch it one more time.
Yeah, the proximity.
That's a very, very difficult battle.
Yeah, I'm on the edge, and I feel like I'm gonna maybe a split decision here.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question then. Chris Ennis, who is your winner, please?
Josh Oxley.
Caleb Dauphin, who is your winner, please?
I'm actually gonna be. I feel that Johan was not at fault for that contact there. I feel like he was on throttle enough. I feel like Josh was trying to catch up to him. You can see that big gap at the start, and I feel like he hit him. So, to me, that's Johan for me. Controversial, I'm sure.
I don't know if it is. My problem is I see them both at fault on that one. That contact for me is Johan coming off throttle a little bit. And he definitely does. After clip 1, he comes off throttle to correct and then angles up hard, which does take some speed out. But Josh Oxley's on a massive dive line. So
That's kind of how I saw it. But for the rest of the run, if you write that off, Josh has a lot better proximity.
yeah, but for me, that the way that
I just
battle
couldn't
unfolded,
write that off.
it comes down to a one more time for me. I couldn't swing that either way, and it sounds like a cop out. But I think that's the very best example of a one more time we could possibly have, is if one of you goes for one and the other goes for the other, and I'm stuck in the middle. I think that's about as good as it's ever going to be in terms of saying that we really couldn't get a decision from that. I'm sure Chris Viltovsky, wherever he is probably spinning around in rage because there's obviously something we missed that. He's going to roll into the chat in a minute and just go, "What are you doing? Why aren't you guys looking at this properly?" But Chris isn't here, so we're going to do it again. We're going to send them one more time and rerun the fun. For a second there, I thought when I'd messaged Anders it had sent OMG. I'm really pleased it didn't. I am not a tween Bieber fan.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. And the chat doubtless is going to have something to say here.
Well, it's a one more time.
Yeah, people have always got something to say. Everyone's got an opinion. You're entitled to them, just like you're entitled to your own asshole. Let's go. That's a joke. I don't mean I love the chat. I love it when people have something to discuss. I think it's really interesting. Let's see what happens now this time, though. Josh Oxley is underway. He is firing it in. He does make it into one. He's on a cleaner line this time. He makes it around the bump. That's a much better line from Josh Oxley through that first corner. But he misses out on 3 by decelling a little bit late there. Fires it across into 4. Good proximity now coming in from Johan Garcia, but it's a little inconsistent. He's not bringing the fight to Josh Oxley as much as we would like to see. And there, just as I say it, he absolutely does as they go across the line. Very nice battle in comparison. Much, much better. Josh Oxley fulfilling that clip. 3, for me, 3 is the only real weak point from that lead line. Josh Oxley on a much better line as he settles in with that car on there.
But only just.
Yeah. But keeps the speed nicely. That transition into 5 is just a moment of decel and then back across. That's exactly what we want to see into that final section. Okay, that's a cleaner first run. Now, Johan Garcia must put down a similar or better lead. We are ready for this. Let's go. Let's get them underway. Johan Garcia to lead in Josh Oxley for the second half of this one more time. They are off the line. Johan Garcia coming cleanly through that start. No restart needed there. Firing in. Is he going to fill one? Yes, he does. That is the best we've seen someone fill the line at 1. Absolutely brilliant as Josh Oxley surges and then backs out of it and surges and backs out of it again. I know he's in Tasmania and his internet's not going to be the best, but this is going to be crucial. Is he keeping that bit of extra proximity? Is Johan Garcia? That's a big decel. Johan Garcia back onto it. Apart from that little wobble from Josh Oxley in the middle, that was probably the better lead line, chase line. Sorry. Let's have a look at how it is now. Let's get them on the way.
It was very wobbly and close to straight a couple points.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to watch this at 3. It's a good decel from Johan Garcia. Gets that transition nicely down there. Josh Oxley manages to keep a more consistent proximity, but it's at the expense of stability in the car. I'm going to ask the question. Caleb Dauphiné, do you have a winner?
I think I do.
Who is your winner, please?
For that one, it just comes down. In the just watching the first run right now. In the chase, yeah, there was a larger gap, but I feel that the chase was not as, I guess, sloppy. Yeah, and as far as leads go, I feel they were both pretty comparable. I do think Josh had a slightly better lead,
But not as smooth a chase.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to.
Okay, so your winner, please.
Johan.
Johan, that's 1 vote for Johan from Caleb Dauphiné. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. Is not competing in this competition.
One more time for me.
It's a 1 more time from Chris Ennis. And sadly, for me, whilst I agree that the proximity was significantly better from Josh Oxley, and I'm sure it's going to simply come down to his internet was the reason for the instability, that section between 2 and 3 where he almost straightens and then gets back into it, that car is fast. There wasn't a need for that. So for me, my winner is Johan Garcia, and as such, 2-1. Johan Garcia gets the win and advances on to take on Oliver Eppinger in the top 16. So that is half of our bracket now sorted. We have 50% of our top 32 done, and things look like this. He says, and then doesn't press the button. Things look like this. As we stand, we have Robert Kwiaczynski versus Paddy Walls, Alexander Jaegard versus Choventli Maritia, Warren Greener versus Slavomir Duda, Oliver Eppinger versus Johan Garcia after that very close, almost another 1 more time from that final battle of the top 32 left-hand side of the bracket. Still to come after we get the new drivers loaded in. Ryan Ferguson versus Wojciech Wawrika, Bobby Hill versus Bartek Kokowski, Steve Smith versus Jimmy Calavano, Charlie Weaver versus Danielis Parangauskas, Ryan Sider versus Vlad Zazulya, and Jordan Fry versus Cormac Guard, Daryl Diaz versus Augusto Ferreira, and Craig Fulgham versus Josh Hartshorn. That is what is coming up next after we get these guys loaded onto the server. So, any battles you guys are particularly excited for in that next bit? Or not?
I'm looking forward to the Craig spam in the chat.
The Craig spam in the chat. Did you know he was a male model in the 1970s, apparently? We were told this last week. He'd have been a very youthful male model in that situation. He'd have been fantastically young at -10 or something like that. But yeah, apparently he was a male model in the 1970s, Craig Fulgham. It's exciting.
Good on him.
There's a documentary available online. So,
You know.
it's all about what you know. Everything is better when you know more. Chris Viltovsky, or as we've now started calling him, Chris Waltovsky, has not been joining us this evening. I hope he's watching, because his general sense of disappointment in everything that we do is crucial to my own personal development. So, Chris, if you're there, I hope you're having a lovely evening, being rageful and staring at the camera, just viciously wanting to rip my throat out. In fact, I know that Chris is probably actually just playing ACC and has absolutely no interest in drifting when he's not directly involved in it, which is totally fair. We are waiting for these guys to load in now. We are almost ready to go. We're going to finish off that 13.5 conversation from earlier. Where is it? I'll scroll back up, find Alexander Yeagar's comment. Any ETA for the new Pro Pack? Yes, there is an ETA for the new Pro Pack. Can I tell it to you? No, not just yet. We've got some final things to sort out. It will be, and I hesitate to say this a little bit, but it has to be this month for reasons that will become clear when we announce it. The Street Pack is delayed. There's two reasons for that. One is that the advent of the rain mod as part of custom shaders patch means that we've had to go back and make sure that all of those cars are able to run the windscreen wipers, and we found a problem with the model for the R32, which means that it cannot run the windscreen wipers. So we've boxed that. That's too hard basket whilst we've got a different priority. We're moving that later on. It will come later on in the year, and it will probably be timed in line roughly with the release of rain as a proper function as part of CSP. So that's coming. They're not ignored. They're still coming. There is a reason we've had to shift priority to the Pro Pack, which I can't say right now, but that's now coming first. And we apologise to everyone. It was originally going to be the Street Pack. Now it's the Pro Pack. There is a reason, and it will be a progressive rollout of the Pro Pack. We've got probably 10 to 12 cars that are ready within a week and a half, 2 weeks now. That's the priority. Once that's out the way, there'll be more pro cars, and then there'll be the street cars, and there is a logical way that that's progressing. 13.5 is still insanely fast. It's all been hooked up and sorted there, but we have brought some of the things that were slightly out of balance. Some of the cars that weren't competitive have now been brought back into balance. So the S15 has been made a tiny bit quicker. The GT86s have been nerfed just a tiny bit. There's lots going on, but yes, they're coming soon. In the meantime, let's see if we are ready with some action. Ryan Ferguson is our first driver up here today for this half of the battle. Once they are in, we should be able to see what's going on.
I believe they are in. We're just waiting for them to get to the line. Oh, Ryan just left.
Oh. That means he might need his 5-minute rule.
That might be the case.
Let's have a look. I'll put it back onto a different screen for a second. But yeah, it's good that you guys are interested. I know that we've obviously had Horizon Media. I did just race against someone with the same last name on ACC, so it's possible that Horizon Media, you just raced against Chris Viltovsky on ACC. In which case you should now send him a message and say, "Ha beat you," or "Please stop beating me so badly." Okay, so that is our first 5-minute rule. That is a 5-minute rule called. What that means, for those of you who are not familiar with it, 5-minute rule is a competition timeout that the drivers can call in order to go and deal with internet issues. In the normal competition, on the real world out there, it is to deal with mechanical issues. Over here, it might be things like internet connectivity problems or graphics cards or something like that. But you can see I have started a 5-minute countdown. When that timer goes off, his 5-minute rule is up. That is a 5-minute rule called. So we shall move on to the second battle whilst that is happening. The second battle from this part of the bracket is Bobby Hill versus Bartek Kukovski. So Bobby Hill versus Bartek Kukovski. Let's see how they go. They are ready on the line. Here we go. Bobby Hill in the RX V8 to lead in Bartek Kukovski in the GT86. On the line now, getting underway. Here we go. Bobby Hill. Oh, that's a restart. That's a definite restart. There is no need to be cutting the course like that. You've got a massive run in. The whole purpose of those chicanes is to stop the lead car from running off into the distance. You don't need to be shortcutting them. You just need to be there and using them to keep the cars under control. So that is just daftness. Jusic and Osmog, thank you very much for the follow. We are back underway. I think Anders is ready when he is there. I've given them starters orders again just in case, but come on, Bobby, you must make it through the chicane. You've got to be part of the battle to win it. So make it through the chicane. Look at that, much more gingerly through the chicane that time from Bobby Hill as he gets the hammer down in that RX V8, goes for the flick up along the wall. Nice initiation there from both drivers. Bobby Hill right out there, but look at that in the chase position from Bartek Kukovski, really bringing the fight to Bobby Hill as he goes through there. This is one of the best chases we've seen so far. Bartek was on practicing yesterday chasing me as Bobby Hill just drops 2 tyres wide, and Bartek Kukovski still able to make it into clip 6 and clip 7 as they go across the line after that mistake from Bobby Hill. Bobby is going to be kicking himself after that.
Great up until that point.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah. He did well to stay in it, actually.
Yeah.
Absolutely did. Bobby Hill, nice lead line there, gets all the way out. That's probably the cleanest both halves of the battle that we've seen so far in terms of a lead and a chase that are good together right up until this point where Bobby Hill goes for this flick. Good dive by Bartek Kukovski, gathers it up and does a brilliant job reading that mistake in the lead position from Bobby Hill. Round and across the line. So Bartek Kukovski will now lead in Bobby Hill. They are lined up, ready to go. Let's get them underway. Bartek Kukovski, GT86, 2J under the bonnet, 900 horsepower versus Bobby Hill in that RX V8. Only 650, a casual 650 horse under the bonnet there, but that car is rapid in these kinds of environments. It's a great car for D-Cell as Bartek Kukovski puts in a line that takes him a little bit wide at 2, but Bobby Hill not quite bringing the proximity as cleanly as we were expecting, and now he surges up, and that's a big dive. That's a big dive in a D-Cell zone. An unnecessary contact there from Bobby Hill on Bartek Kukovski as they came into that final section.
I think that was heading one way already, but that contact was you.
Yeah, I think that sealed the deal for me. That was a beautiful lead from Bartek, and that contact from Bobby Hill just not necessary into that section. Okay, gentlemen, I don't think there's a huge amount to discuss here, so I'm going to ask the question. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
Bartek.
Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Bartek.
It is unanimous. Bartek Kukovski gets the win and advances on to the top 16. So Bartek having a chance now to continue through and do exactly what he did last week. He is our standing winner from last week's competition. So Bartek Kukovski looking to progress all the way through to the final. We don't yet know who he's going to be facing because we've still got 1 minute left on that 5-minute rule. Which I'm just notifying Anders of.
We're going to be waiting for that 1 minute, or are we going to move on?
No, I'm just saying we can move on either way, whichever Anders wants. But it looks like he is allowing them up to the line. That is, yep. That is them coming up to the line now. So this time round, we are seeing Ryan Ferguson leading in Wojciech Wawrzyka.
Can we get that line up a little better? We're having that angling again.
Okay, that is our timer just starting there. Right, let's get them lined up a little bit better. Because that is bad.
That's still not
Yeah,
better.
yeah. He's got this. Come on. We need them to be a little bit more square. I'm happy with that. Let's get these cars underway.
Yeah.
It's enough that he's going to have to slow down to get through that chicane, and that's the most important bit. So let's get them underway. These evenly matched cars, two S13.5s coming off the line. Ryan Ferguson in the lead position, not making it into clip one, but it doesn't seem to matter to Wojciech Wawrinka in that fuchsia S13.5 in the background as he hooks up and round onto the inside line there nicely. This is not a bad lead line from Ryan Ferguson except for that clip one. A good slowdown, big angle. Is he going to be able to make clip 6? No, he's not. Overcooked it coming into 6. And just makes it across the line cleanly. That is a pretty good lead with some obvious errors as well. Let's have a look at that again, guys.
This could be winnable in the next lead.
Absolutely. So, as we see Ryan fail to make it out into clip 1, he makes it nicely into clip 2. But Wojciech Wawrinka not really in it. Again, this is these inside clips Ryan seems to be struggling with. He doesn't make it in onto 3, but he starts to hook up here. It's a beautiful transition into 5, but it costs him 6 completely round and over the line. Let's get these guys back underway. Wojciech Wawrinka now to lead in. Ryan Ferguson. Wojciech in that fuchsia 13.5, pair of 13.5s here on the line. Identical engines, identical specs. They've got a chance to do the setup. They could be different, but we'll see. As Wojciech Wawrinka gets off the line, leading in Ryan Ferguson. They are underway now, firing down the line. There's going to be a big flick into the left. Does Wojciech Wawrinka get into clip 1? Yes, he does. And it's a beautiful line from Wojciech Wawrinka, getting hooked all the way out to 2 and onto the inside of clip 3. This is a much better lead, but Ryan Ferguson managing to use that better lead in order to stay close on the proximity. Wojciech Wawrinka hooks it in nicely, though, as the gap opens up coming into the decel zone and across the line. Gentlemen, tell me your thoughts, your musings, your feelings.
I think I gave the commentator's curse, but in the opposite way.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain XD, thank you for the follow. Joshified, thank you for the view share. That's just because you're about to have to battle. Drivers, if you want more people watching you doing drifts, then you need to share this stream as well. But yeah, I think this was exactly what we would have wanted in order to make sure that the battle only went one way. That is exactly what I needed from that lead.
I think I predicted that one.
You did indeed. Do you have a winner, Chris Ennis? And if so, who?
Wojciech.
Wojciech, 1 vote from Christopher Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné, your vote, please. Wojciech Wawrinka. That is unanimous then. Wojciech Wawrinka goes through unanimously. He will face Bartek Kakowski in the next battle. That one could be really interesting. Two very similar drivers in their driving style. Wojciech Wawrinka incredibly smooth in that lead run there. Now, that is that battle decided. We move on. Steve Smith versus Jimmy Calavano. This one could be really interesting. Steve Smith in the Nightmare Before Driftmas acid trip livery that Chris Voltovsky absolutely loves to hate. He cannot stand that livery. It drives him absolutely wild, which is exactly why Steve is going to run it forever for the rest of time. So, and it's understandable. Things that annoy Chris make me happy too. And if you're watching, Chris, you knew it was true anyway. Here we go. They are off the line. Steve Smith leaving. Oh, that's a false start. Surely that's a false start. I'm going to tell Anders that. Just in case he didn't see it. Did you guys see that? That looked like a false start to me.
He grazed the cones. He got through it, but he grazed them.
Touching them. If they were real, they'd have fallen over, and that's what we judge it on.
Yeah, that's fair.
We do not have anything like that here. We'll be having serious battles. None of this shortcutting. I know the Mustang is fast off the line. Oh no, hang on, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Having to communicate to Anders via text means it looks to you on the stream like I'm staring at my own ball sack, and I apologise for that. That's not what's happening. I'm not just gazing at my own navel casually. Oh yes, I think I'm sexy. Let's see what happens here. Stee gets off the line, absolutely flying down here. They've made a clean getaway. We know that Mustang's fast in the chase position as Steve Smith gets the initiation. Nice all the way out there, but sacrifices clip 2 a little bit because that car looks so gripped up. Was there? Oh, there was definite contact in the slow down zone there. That looked like contact to me. It looked like the Mustang hooked onto his rear quarter and forced him round. Let's go back to that straight away.
See that again.
Horizon Media, you are totally looking at your dick. I make no promises that I'm not. Right, so Stee comes up shy on 2 here, and that Mustang hooks in there. That to me is contact. You can see the Mustang is still in his rear quarter all the way round onto the grass. That's what I see. That's what I take from that at this moment.
Yeah, right in the diesel zone as well. So.
Yep.
Okay, so Jimmy Calavano now has to complete a lead run. Stee has to just stay in it. This is important, as you see me gazing down at my dick again. That's what the guys think. Timex Up, thank you for the follow. Let's have a look at how this goes. They are on the line, ready to go. I have sent the message. They're under starters orders with Anders Unger. Our start line marshal and driver wrangler, they are underway now. This is it. This is Jimmy Calavano leading. It's his first competition with us at Tsujigiri. A very shaky initiation by Jimmy Calavano, not getting into that clip at all, but you can see the speed that's there in the Mustang. It's no wonder that he started making contact with Stee if he's gripped up this much as Stee shortcuts to try and get back in the battle. Is he going to be able to wrangle it in? Yes, he is. This is not a bad chase run from Stee now that he is hooked onto the back end of that Mustang and across the line. Let's have a look at that one more time.
That was, yeah, that Mustang's quick for sure. That was a struggle.
That Mustang is quick, but it was a very straight handbrake pull that doesn't take him out into clip 1, and then when he gets on the power, it's a good slowdown, but Stee judges this pretty nicely in my book, managing to get all the way onto that inside edge. Does sacrifice clip 4 to get the proximity back, but stays in this battle much more.
I think no matter what, that contact is the big...
That's what I was going to say, yeah, absolutely. So do you gentlemen have someone in mind at fault for the contact in the first run?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask it then. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
That's Steve for me.
Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Yes, it's Steve from me. I was just watching the replay.
Chris Ennis says yes.
Yeah.
So that is...
Yeah, no, that was right in the D cells.
Yeah, that was right in the middle of the D cell zone.
I wasn't even watching that. I was watching the other run, and not Steve, the other guy misses.
Jimmy Calavano misses one completely.
Yeah. Misses 1, 3, and 5.
Well, there we go. So I think Steve did a pretty good job of getting back in that battle, having been punted around in the lead position. Steve Smith, it is his first time in many, many weeks advancing onto the top 16. A massive congratulations to Steve. That car's still looking hard to drive, but he's starting to come to terms with it. Now we move on to another battle of people that we have not seen before. And we have not had Charlie Weaver at any of our competitions before. Charlie Weaver on the line in that another big Mustang. The Americans curiously liking this giant Mustang. Who could possibly have foreseen that?
It's small for them.
It's small. What do you mean I can't get my whole family in here?
Need to shout at people for not having the names right as well.
Yes, this is really rage-inducing. So, here we go. This is Charlie leading in on this one versus Danielis Parangauskas. Look at Danielis Parangauskas get that initiation beautifully timed to surge up onto the side of Charlie, weaving on that way through that first corner. Nicely still hooked up there, but there's the gap in that first transition, just opening up a bit of a surge and chase as Charlie drops 2 tyres off track. Absolutely spits the car out to a standstill as they come across the line. There is only one person to blame for that mistake, and that is Charlie weaving all by himself. Charlie Weaver just not doing the job that he needed to do.
I'm not sure I saw 2 tire drop, but I definitely saw the washout.
Looks to me here like he hooks over and then just drops into the dirt there and accelerates out. Or maybe not, but it's definitely a huge error in the lead position. Just in the immediate moment, it looked like it was getting all the way onto the dirt at the end there, but it might be wrong. WRX Form 23, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Okay, we are back to the start line. Let's get them underway. Danielis Paringauskas in the lead position. Charlie Weaver in the chase. Mustang versus E92. Two of the fastest cars in the pack at the moment when you've got them dialed in and set up. That's a big flick initiation from Danielis Paringauskas. Absolutely hooked up there, ripping through. A little bit of left foot braking just to keep the car in control. A little bit of contact in the D-cell there by Charlie Weaver as they get through the transition now. Out onto the wall. Good line from Danielis Paringauskas as he comes hooked in. Charlie over-rotating again. That Mustang's tendency to wash on throttle. And there across the line.
I've got a winner, but I'm not sure 100% satisfied with it.
KNC Giraffe, thank you for the follow. Okay, as we see those guys come round and across the line on the replay, that is definitely an interesting run. Gentlemen, your thoughts, please. Do you have a winner for a start?
I do.
Okay, Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Danielis.
Danielis gets 1 vote from Chris Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné, your vote, please.
Yeah, it's going to be Danielis for me as well.
And it's going to be unanimous. That is 3 votes for Danielis Paringauskas, making it through to the top 32, knocking out Charlie Weaver. Charlie's going to be furious with himself. He's a very good driver, but just over-driving in that D-cell zone in the big Mustang, all by himself, miles out in front, and just threw the car away underneath him. So that means that we have now completed 3/4 of our top 32, and everything has played out thusly so far. In our top 16, the drivers that have made it through: Robert Kaczynski, Paddy Walls. That's a battle that should be really exciting. Alexander Jaegard versus Chauvetli Maurizia, another exciting battle there. In fact, actually, this might be the strongest looking top 32 we've had in a really long time. Sorry, top 16 even. Warren Greener taking on Slavomir Duda. Oliver Eppinger taking on Johan Garcia. Wojciech Wawrika taking on Bartek Kukowski. Steve Smith taking on Danielis Paringauskas. We have 4 more battles for you in the top 32. Ryan Sider versus Vlad Zazulya, Jordan Fry versus Cormac Gard, Daryl Diaz versus Augusto Ferreira, and Craig Fulgham versus Josh Hartshorn. This is a great part of the bracket. I'm very excited to see it. They are loading in now. Let's see how things go with this. Gentlemen, anything that you're predicting from this next part of the bracket while I sip the coffee that's just been brought to me?
Hi, Steve. Let's have a look.
I've seen, I've made predictions before, and I guess I'm on a roll with predictions today. But
yeah, you're doing well today.
I've seen some crazy things, so I'm always scared to make predictions.
Oi, can I get one of you guys to jump out of a SR? Cause we need one.
I'm out of
More.
what?
Well,
Out of a S14 SR.
who else?
Josh needs one. Both you and Caleb are in one.
Oh, Caleb, grab a 13.5. There's the Chris Viltovsky one.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Cheers, mate.
yeah, you're just confused by the fact that someone wants to drive that car.
Craig's part next to me, and he's looking at me.
Craig got VR.
Craig does park up in VR just to stare at people.
Well, it's funny because in VR you can see the head.
Why are the cars pulling wheelies in the pits?
Let's have a look back at this. So
I'm just drawing him back now.
So, Mr. Cider.
yeah, this could be a good one. I'm excited for this. Ryan Sider has been looking
Cider
pretty
mobile.
strong in that car. They look to be going round to the start. Caleb, let us know when you're in.
We are in. Give me one moment. camera set up.
Exciting final part to the top 32. Hope you guys are enjoying it on the chat. What have you been thinking of the battle so far? Who do you think is going to be getting this next set of wins going forward, this last part of our top 32? Who's got the final places available?
Alright, I'm good to go.
Okay, here we go then. I will get them under starters orders. Ryan Sider in the lead position. They are under starters orders. Here we go. Ryan Sider off the line in that lead position in the big old Mustang, leading in Vlad Zazulya. Vlad Zazulya in the GT86 gets it hooked up and hits the bump harder than almost anyone else we've seen tonight as Ryan Sider misses clip 3 completely. That is not an optional clip, gentlemen. You have got to get to it as Ryan now hooks it up into that outside zone at 4. Hooks it into 5 nicely as well, but Vlad Zazulya is warping all over the place. Look at him drop back and then surge back up onto the side as we go back and watch that on the replay. Your thoughts, gentlemen?
There's a lot of left foot braking everywhere. I think that might have been part of that.
Ryan likes to ride the foot brake sort of ever so gently, like just rest his foot on it a lot of the places around the course, and it is one of the ways that that Mustang can be driven to keep it fast. My experience driving against Ryan myself is that that doesn't tend to slow down the car too much, but someone in the comments is saying that Ryan has forgotten to load his setup. That's going to be awkward, because there is no way that Mustang's keeping up through this next battle. This is going to be one hell of a battle now then. Ryan will be livid with himself. Why has he done that to himself? Let's see what happens as we get the second half of this going. This is now Vlad Zazulya to lead in Ryan Sider. As I enjoy the coffee, I'm going to just gently look at the camera and contemplate Ryan's mistakes. It's a big flick initiation from Vlad Zazulya, and you can see that gap opening up immediately. That Mustang definitely not gripped up the way that Ryan normally has it. Vlad Zazulya powering through this section, round and across into that outer zone, and now this slowdown Ryan trying desperately to get back in the battle, hooks up onto the outside edge, and just about stays with it. Do you know that might not be cut and dry? Gentlemen, I think that could be tighter than we initially figured.
You'll have to go back to the replay.
Kona O'Brien, thank you for the follow. The guys in the chat saying he's pulled an Ian and forgot to load his setup and is now being referred to as Rian instead of Ryan. So that is definitely well deserved here as they come through. Ryan going to be livid about that. But that's not a bad run in the chase position. The problem for me is that that is just a much tidier lead.
Yeah, Ryan was well off it for it.
Do you have a winner, gentlemen?
Give it one look, another look.
Let me just.
Going to watch that replay again. Apparently I'm not going to watch that replay again. Yes, I am. There we go. Kona O'Brien asking if these are custom cars. Sorry, go on. Go on, Caleb.
Oh, I was just saying, I think I know what you guys are doing, but I'd like you to at least have a look at yeah. I feel like they both missed a clip, which is evening out for me pretty good.
Which clip do you think he missed, please, just so I can look again?
So, obviously, Ryan misses 3.
Yep.
And then Vlad misses what would be
I'll tell you what, I'll watch it
4.
and see if I can see it. You think he doesn't get to the wall at all?
No,
He gets into 4.
He's a bit wide on
6, yeah, he's wide on 6.
No, he's definitely in 4.
Yeah, because his rear left, which is the one that's visible on the camera, is just on the outside edge, so the rear right must be in it. It couldn't be running the same line, but it's...
I wouldn't really mark him down that much at 6. not as
versus 3.
he was in. He was wide on it, but he hit the clip.
But Caleb
Where
makes a good
Ryan-
point. He also then didn't get into the wall at 4 as much as Ryan did.
Yeah, and that's for me. That's what it's going to come down to. For me, that's going to be no T's. I feel that's.
So Caleb Dauphin says one more time.
I say Vlad.
I knew this was going to come down to me, and I was really hoping it wouldn't. I think
Mainly because Vlad's chase was better as well.
I think that's the thing for me is lead versus lead and chase versus chase. When you put the chases up against each other, considering how wild Ryan was and how inconsistent, and the fact that Caleb also pointed out the left foot braking, which will have been more than usual if he wasn't on his setup. For me, that one goes to Vlad, I think. So, with that in mind, Vlad Zazulia knocks out Ryan Sider. Ryan will be absolutely livid, but in consolation to Ryan Sider, this evening he sent me a message with 2 minutes to go before the start of briefing that simply said, having a fish emergency, might miss briefing. So he's had to redo, he's got some quite nice exotic goldfish, and he had to redo a 50% refill on their water and try and save the lives of his fish this evening. So it is Ryan Sider, fish hero, versus Ryan Sider, forgot to load his setup. That's a trade-off I think he'll be willing to take tonight.
I think Fish Hero rolls off the tongue a little bit.
Ryan Sider, fish hero, is what we're going to call him now. He's just going to jump straight on Farming Sim and see how many trailers he can tug around with a tractor. Not in a sexy way, nothing like that. So, we move on. The next battle is Jordan Fry leading in Cormac Guard. This could be a really interesting battle. Cormac Guard, one of the guys that you do not want to draw necessarily if you want an easy route to a top 32 victory. This is not it, but Jordan Fry turned up last week. This is first time competing with us, and he was looking very dominant. That's a big flick initiation from Jordan Fry. He has got that GE86 dialed out. There are not many people that make Cormac Guard look like he was caught napping on the line, and Jordan Fry is doing it. Big flick transition out to the wall there. That's nice, and now into that D-cell zone coming in. Pushing in a great lead line from Jordan Fry there. Cormac Guard only just getting back into the battle at the end across the line. Wow.
That was a great lead.
That was a cracking lead. Let's see that again. I mean, Jordan Fry is basically doing a rolling burnout from the start, but he doesn't do anything other than the required two-part movement. That is exactly what we specified as he gets hooked up into there and fires it round. That is an immense lead from Jordan Fry. That transition there, absolutely spot on as he gets hooked in onto that inside edge, round and out and across the line again. You can really see that car is gripped up. Cormac Guard is going to be having to ask himself some really serious questions after that run. The question we've got to ask is, can Jordan Fry rein in what is obviously a very, very fast GT86 with Cormac Guard in front of him, who doesn't look quite as dialed in this week? Let's see what happens. Cormac Guard off the line in that S13.5, flicks it in onto that initiation onto the wall, and Cormac Guard takes himself out of competition. That's a first zero. As we move across, Jordan Fry is going to be wondering who he has to thank, which deity he has to thank for Cormac Guard removing himself from competition all on his lonesome. Wow, gentlemen.
Irish internet strikes again.
Does it? I think Cormac put it in the wall even without the internet. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I didn't see any lag, man. Kind of clean cut to me.
Yeah, it just looked like clean cut.
Unfortunately.
Kona O'Brien, these are not custom cars, these are a car pack. You can download it on our Discord, which is available via our website, which I will put in the chat in a second. But that looked to me like it was just Cormac all by himself.
I think he just got a little greedy on that wall.
Yeah. We've been making a big point about how we wanted guys to go for the wall, and Cormac is the first person to get it that wrong. Nicer Jordan, see him in the chats already saying good runs Cormac. That was a great chase from Cormac, considering how immense that lead was from Jordan. But gentlemen, I don't think I even need to ask you, but just to make 100% sure that I've not missed anything, Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Jordan.
Caleb Dauphin, your winner, please.
Jordan.
Jordan Fry gets the win and advances on to the top 16. He will be taking on Vlad Zazulya. That is going to be a great battle, I think, because those guys are both looking fast this evening. As we move on, it's time for Daryl Diaz versus Augusto Ferreira. This could be amazing. This could be one of the battles of the night, or it could be an absolute abomination. There isn't going to be a middle ground. It's one or t'other. That's it. That's all that's happening. Let's see as we get underway. I also saw someone earlier mention on that the leopard print tsujigiri car that they'd referred to as the Party Rock livery, and I totally agree with you. It was done expressly as a piss take for Mito's livery that he spent so much money on last year. But look at this, Daryl Diaz getting hooked in, but he gets a wheel drop, and that causes that massive slowdown. You really do lose a lot of speed as you run wide there, and now as he hooks back into it, Daryl Diaz goes firing through. Gusto's coming up onto his door. Gusto's right there shoving him round, just gives him a little nudge to remind him, knock knock, hello, who's there? Me again. Still wondering why you're not naked. Anyway, let's move on into that. Watch this replay. This is going to be crucial. Does Daryl Diaz cause this mistake all by himself? Was he wide anyway?
He was wide. He didn't quite drop. He couldn't have been any closer to it.
No, he did drop.
It did drop. It looked to me, yeah, there's a moment where he tripods, so he definitely got a little bit over the edge there.
Didn't make me tripod.
Oh, wow. It didn't make me tripod either. That was not the cleanest of runs. I'm just going to watch that replay one more time. I know these guys are on the line ready to go, but I want to be sure. If Caleb's saying he didn't see the drop, then let's just watch it one more time.
From a top-down view, I didn't see it. Now I'm looking at the replay, and I can see what you're talking about. Okay. You're right.
Okay, I think we're happy with that. We're going to get them sent. Augusto Ferreira now to lead in Daryl Diaz. This is going to be an interesting one. Does Daryl Diaz throw the kitchen sink at it, or does he manage to stay with Augusto Ferreira as cleanly as possible? Here we go, Augusto Ferreira. Just a little bit of hesitation on that rotation, but he's managed to get it locked in now. Gusto trying to get into clip 3. That's nicely done there. Only gets onto the second line. Doesn't actually make it all the way into the clip. But look at Daryl Diaz. Daryl is determined to try and overturn that little mistake from the first run. Absolutely pins it to the door. That is definitely the best chase we've seen all evening. That was phenomenal, guys.
Yeah, very nice chase, but I'd say not enough to overturn that mistake in the first run.
As long as we think that the contact was caused by the wheel drop, then I agree, but
I'm gonna watch that drop one more time just to confirm that.
for me, that's two guys absolutely punching toe-to-toe with the closest possible battle. They drive together regularly, I think. You know, they're in exactly identical cars, and that wheel drop would be enough of a change in speed for one of those cars to cause that contact. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I've watched it one more time, and I agree with that. We all have that. But yeah, for me, that's gonna be the best way to do that drop.
Okay, so Caleb Dauphiné, 1 vote for Augusto Ferreira. Chris Ennis, your vote please.
Augusto.
Is Augusto. That means that we can move on to our final battle of the night, because Augusto Ferreira gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Congratulations, Augusto. Good run there, well executed as you make it on to the top 16. Let's have a look. This is now the final battle of the top 32. This one means a lot to one of the guys driving. For Craig, it's just another case to cause someone else some misery. But for Josh, this is going to be crucial. So, Josh Hartshorn heads round. Go on,
Can
Chris.
we send them back to the pits and back out the other way? For unfair tyre warming.
They both did it.
Yeah. No one else has done it though.
No one else has been told they can't.
I thought you had to go out the pits and to the right. I thought
No.
you said that in driver's
No, I
briefing.
didn't say that in driver's briefing. Didn't say that in driver's briefing at all. Right. They are under starters orders. I said that the burnout area, the specific burnout area, was round at the back of the track, but I didn't say that they had to go there by going right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Craig Fulgham firing it in. Josh Hartshorn on that agile little SR20 powered S14 that I so love is not using that car to his best advantage. He's definitely feeling the pressure going up against two-time champion of Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, Craig Fulgham, as Craig fires it in nicely onto that inside edge. Josh starting to reel the power in there and bring him back into the fight, but is that going to be too little, too late from Joshua Hartshorn?
Greg was a little light on one, but not enough. That big.
If it's late coming across, then no. I mean, Josh should have his initiations dialed so that he knows where he's going. The thing for me is he hits it at such a weird angle, he ends up in the bump, and that's what causes his little wash and wobble.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get them round. They are ready to go. I'm sending the go to Manders. They're under starters orders. As Josh Hartshorn gets off the line, leading in Craig Fulgham. This is going to be an interesting one. Is Josh Hartshorn going to be able to make a move on Craig Fulgham here? With that lead position, it's a much better lead than it was a chase. Although Josh was a little bit shallow on one coming through, but Craig Fulgham dropping away a little bit as Josh gets into the wall a tiny bit there, flicks it across. It's an aggressive transition from Josh and hooks it back up, and actually Craig Fulgham not quite as close in the battle as we were expecting there. That is a battle of two very different cars with two very different drivers.
I think that one for me is just going to come down to that Josh being a little more wobbly and a little washing out and doing all that stuff. Whereas Craig, yeah, Fury wasn't as close, but it was much around.
I think he just sat back because he knew.
Yeah, it was much clearer phase, even if it wasn't as close.
So I'm going to ask the question. Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
Yes.
Your winner, please.
Craig.
Craig Fulgham gets one vote. Caleb Dauphiny, do you have a winner?
Yes, I do.
Your winner, please. Craig Fulgham gets 2 votes. Mine is irrelevant, but I'm going to say it anyway. Craig Fulgham gets a unanimous victory and knocks out Josh Hartshorn. It's what Josh expected, but he'll be angry that it went that way, considering it fundamentally just came down to that little wobble deciding that battle between them. So that shapes up our top 16. We now know how it looks, and that is like this. All of our drivers are through to the top 16, are now decided. It is Robert Kaczynski versus Paddy Walls, Alexander Jaegard versus Joventli Maurizia, Warren Greener versus Slavomir Duda, Oliver Eppinger versus Johan Garcia, and on the other side of the bracket, Wojciech Wawrika versus Bartek Kokowski, Steve Smith, who will be thrilled to have made it through against Danielis Parangauskas, Vlad Zazulia versus Jordan Fry, and Augusto Ferreira versus Craig Fulgham. That is going to be a battle. I bet the banter in the background for that one is absolutely insane right now. Well, gentlemen, did that shape up how you thought it would?
Pretty much, yeah.
Really? So everyone who you expected to go through went through?
Yeah.
You know, I never go into anything with any sort of expectations, really. 'Cause I always get proven wrong, it seems. So.
How about you guys on the chat? What did you think of that? Was that exactly who you expected to go through? Was that how you expected things to shape up there? It's been a challenging one for a lot of drivers. Quite a few one more times in the early part of the bracket, and then some drives where people really threw things away. So what have you guys been thinking out there? What are you excited for in the top 16?
I assume there was a mass of Craigs in chat for
Do you know what? There wasn't. There was nowhere
Very-
near as much Craig chat as there was
I am
last week.
very disappointed in Fat.
What time does Road Atlanta start?
I think it's going to be starting pretty quick here at sea. 72 minutes.
Okay, we should be able to finish and then turn this into a watch party for Formula D.
That sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan to
You may
me.
hear me snoring at some point. Since I got about 3.5 hours sleep last night.
You don't need sleep. Sleep's for the week. So, car legit wouldn't shift into 5th on my chase entry. Much upset, but it was fun. Josh, I think you did well. If it didn't shift 5th, then that is a frustration because you could clearly see that your car didn't have the legs in that first one. Johan Garcia, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cool. Well, we'll definitely turn that into a watch party. Let's do it. We're going to stay on here. I will stop the stream so that it's catalogued, and then I will restart it, and you guys are more than welcome to come and join us on a watch party for Formula D Road Atlanta. But that is a long way off in the future. We have first got to get through our top 16, Great 8, Final 4, and through to our podium deciding battles. We start off, once they are onto the server, with Robert Kwaczynski versus Paddy Walls. Those guys are loading in now. In fact, I think we're pretty much ready to go. They look like they might be round on the start line. Let's go. Top 16. They are on the line. That is confirmed. They are lined up and ready to go. This is Robert Kwaczynski versus Paddy Walls. Let's get them underway. Paddy Walls in the chase position. The young man from Ireland in the chase against Robert Kwaczynski, a guy who's been absolutely looking dialed in that GD86. A great flick from Robert Kwaczynski as he gets the hammer down and is leaving Paddy Walls behind. It looks like Paddy Walls has finally been massively outgunned. The young man from Ireland has been very, very quick over the last few weeks, but look at Robert Kwaczynski just driving away from him like he's not even there. It's just a solo run out front as Paddy Walls tries to hook that car up round and across the line. Ethan Wu, thank you for the like. Welcome along.
Paddy, our last Irishman as well.
I think he might be.
That's unusual.
Ryan is on the chat going, koi, not no peasant goldfish. Still wounded, you called them goldfish, and that was like 20 minutes later.
I knew he'd have something to say about that.
That makes the name ever so better.
Yeah. Ryan Sider, koi hero. How's that? As long as you did save them, otherwise you're Ryan Sider, the koi killer, which is significantly less okay. So we are back round on the line. Paddy Walls is ready to go in that lead position. He's now going to be knowing full well, sat there with his mind absolutely battered by the fact that Robert Kwaczynski was that fast in the lead position, and he knows he's going to be absolutely pinning it to his door all the way through here. And as I say that, Robert Kwaczynski doesn't get off the line fast enough, has to shortcut to try and get back in the battle. Where has Paddy Walls found all this speed from? As Robert Kwaczynski finally gets into this last section, but it's a huge shortcut and a big straighten there from Robert Kwaczynski trying to get that door back onto Paddy Walls, and another big straighten there as well. That is not how we expected the second half of this battle to go as they make it across the line. Wow.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
Yeah.
For sure.
But more importantly, did the fish survive? We need to know.
That's not more important than drifting. What Ryan Side is doing with his goldfish, and yes, I did say that deliberately, Ryan. I know you're coy. What you didn't do, what did or didn't your giant goldfish survive? As we see, that is a real shift, a titanic shift in that battle. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask the question, do you have a winner?
I do.
Interesting. Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
Yes, and it's not the person I thought it was going to be.
Tonight, Chris Ennis says yes, once again. So, Caleb Dauphiné, who is your winner?
It's gonna have to go to Paddy for me. That was a wild second half.
Yeah. So, one vote for Paddy Walls. Chris Ennis, your vote, please.
Paddy Walls.
That is 2 votes for Paddy Walls. That means that Paddy Walls gets the win. That is not how I thought that was going either. Paddy Walls advances on to the Great 8. That is a shock overturn after that first run, but that just came down to lead versus lead, chase versus chase, and in the end, in that chase, Robert Kwaczynski was even less in it than Paddy Walls. It was a battle of 2 halves, with each of them blowing the doors off respectively, but that lead from Paddy Walls was something else. That was really pulled out of the bag. So we move on after that shock overturn from that battle as Alexander Jaegard takes on Choventli Maurizia. Alexander Jaegard to lead in first. They are already on the line. They are ready to go. Let's get this underway. Choventli Maurizia in the chase position in that E92 BMW with 1,000 horsepower under his right foot and all of the lag in the world. And in the lead position, Alexander Jaegard with that rev-happy BMW with the Coyote engine. And Alexander Jaegard flicks it in, but look at Choventli Maurizia sacrificing his own line, getting onto the bump in order to make sure that he punctuated that proximity all the way through the first corner. Now through that transition, nicely out onto the outside line by Alexander Jaegard, gets it rotated, but Choventli Maurizia trying to reel him in, dives up onto the inside, but it's not quite a big enough dive to really put the stamp on that last part of the run and across the line.
I think Alex may have missed.
I'm slightly disappointed. I thought it was going to end in flames and explosions.
He
Well,
was
this
just
is the
barely
half.
onto. He didn't completely miss it.
Well, there we go. That is something to watch. Ryan is saying that they should be okay. Hopefully they'll be okay. Got a few of his dads as well at the moment, so not just his at risk. Hopefully when I check tomorrow it's rebalanced itself. Well, Ryan, all joking aside, we hope that everything is okay with your koi tomorrow once you check again. So there is that. We do genuinely hope that everything is okay with your koi as we now get everything underway. Choventli Maurizia now leading in Alexander Jaegard. Choventli Maurizia has been looking fast as he gets that flick and gets the hammer down and drives away from the Mustang in the first half of that corner. Now can he hook it in? No, he misses three completely. This is going to open the door for Alexander Jaegard to maybe be able to come back in and force her one more time. But he wasn't in the first half of this run as Choventli Maurizia hooks it up backwards into that final corner through 5 and 6. Round and across the line. That is a battle of two halves again, gentlemen. Your thoughts, please. Chris Ennis says,
Yes.
Henry, by the way, has followed. Thank you very much for the follow. Yes. And Caleb says yes. Well, thanks, guys. There are more complex catchphrases, but those are somehow most appropriate.
What I'm seeing here is Alex was like, again on the first run, just barely on two. In his chase, I didn't feel he was as close as Mauricio was, but he also Mauricio also missed 3.
Yeah,
completely.
So
So
I'm going to tell you right at the top of this, I don't have a winner. My vote is one more time.
Now, see, I have a winner.
Okay. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Alex.
Okay. Chris Ennis says Alex. Yes.
yeah.
Caleb Dauphiné, your winner.
Alex did hit 2, and he wasn't on the edge of it. His wheels were in the middle of it.
For me, though, it comes back to the fact that although there was the Choventli Maurizia missed out on clip 3, it wasn't until after clip 3 that Alex got back in the fight. That whole first corner was basically a non-event for Alex in the chase position. So even when Choventli Maurizia went wide, it took until the transition for Alex to really punctuate it with a dive to the inside. So he wasn't, even when the door was opened to him, he wasn't coming into it fast enough for me to really swing it back towards him. But it was errors from both sides, so for me it's one more time.
And that's my position as well. So let's
OMT.
see them again.
Right, let's rerun the fun. They are going at it again. We have sent them one more time. Let's see what happens this time round as Alexander Jaegard will lead in Choventli Maurizia one more time. They are going back to the start line now. We want to get this straight underway. Exciting, potentially. I'm enjoying this battle. These two are fairly evenly matched. I think if they can tidy things up a bit, this could be one of the classics of the night because they've got very similar aggressive driving styles. But when it keeps on going wrong for them, it's just not an enjoyable battle to watch. It's too choppy. Here we go. So Alexander Yegard gets the hammer down in that big Mustang, makes it through the eye of the needle, threading that car through that chicane as he gets the hammer down now. As Choventli Mauritius right there again, absolutely hooked onto his door. That is a decel zone where Alexander Yegard was braking, but he just comes wide a little bit at 3, use that left foot braking and then clips the wall. Has to make a correction, but Choventli Mauritius right there just comes away from him a little bit coming into that. But now, oh no, Choventli Mauritius hooks a wheel over the inside of the curb and has a massive correction trying to get the car back on boost.
10-0 for me.
I want to just see again if it is a full straighten. That's the thing that's crucial.
That was a full straight.
Was there any reason for it? Did Alexander Yegard cause that issue? Because that contact with the wall, Alexander Yegard manages to stay in it, doesn't straighten. He's on throttle cleanly there. No, I don't see any reason for that. I can't see any reason for that. So I have a person with a definite advantage in mind and a monumental one at that. So
Alex did get into the wall a little bit, but that's not.
yeah, he does get into the wall a bit, but that is a big error in the chase position from Choventli Mauritius. As he gets off the line now in the lead instead, they've swapped around the second half of this one more time. Mauritius goes for that enormous flick across Alexander Yegard's front. Alexander Yegard locked in, managing to hold that position relative to Choventli Mauritius. Now as they come round, this transition is going to be crucial. Is Alexander Yegard going to be able to stay in it? Yes, he does. Now we are onto the final corner of this battle. It looks like it might all be over. All they've got to do is cross the line, and they do. That's a lovely final corner there from both of those guys. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Gentlemen, I have a winner this time round. I can tell you that right from the word go.
Yep, I do.
Is it going to surprise me based on the error from that first run, or am I going to suddenly go gasp?
No.
No, I don't. I hope not.
In that case, Christopher Ennis, apart from the word yes, please tell me a winner.
Alexander Yegard.
Alexander Yegard gets 1 vote from Chris Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné?
Yes.
Alexander Yegard gets a 2nd vote, I'm assuming, from the yes. That is actually unanimous. Alexander Yegard gets the win and advances through onto the Great 8 after an incredibly intense battle. Choventli Mauritius did an amazing job everywhere except that one small location in the chase position, and as a result it was just enough to give that big advantage to Alexander Yegard. So we move on. This is a battle I'm genuinely pretty excited about. Warren Greener taking on Slavomir Duda. This could be a really good battle. I know that Warren Greener is a great, solid driver, and Slavomir Duda is an unknown quantity. This is one of the few times where Warren Greener is coming up against someone that he has absolutely no idea what they drive like at all. It's going to be fascinating to see this unfold. Warren Greener getting told to shuffle across into position so that they are properly placed for the start of this battle in any time now. As Anders has control of them, they are free to go. They're under starter's orders. Anders Unger, the driver wrangler, sends them away from the line. Warren Greener goes for that big flick. The GT86 in the background of Slavomir drops up onto that edge, but it has a huge correction versus Warren Greener's immensely stable run all the way through that section. Now gets the power down here and comes round onto the transition. Is Slavomir going to be able to get back in it as Warren Greener takes the danger line right on the outside, and he sacrifices that little bit of clean line across 6 in order to get the impact. That was one of 2 halves as well, guys. Tell me about it.
It went how I thought it was going to go.
Really? So, Chris, you thought that was going to be that kind of solid lead from Warren, including the mistake coming into 6?
No. I mean, he hit the clip. He wasn't on the A line, but he hit the clip.
Oh, and it only just grazed the C line, according to the replay. But what I was looking at just then, it was real close.
But I was expecting a solid lead from Warren, and Slavomir, I think he's a bit aggressive. And I was expecting that rather than just sit back slightly. He went for the door at clip, well, between 1 and 2, and I think that ruined his chase.
Yeah, kind of over-rotated there.
Mm.
Okay, I'm going to put them under starters orders. Now Anders has got Slavomir across, we think. Here we are. So, Slavomir Duda to lead in Warren Greener. Warren Greener in the RXV8 on the right of your screen as you're looking at it now. Slavomir Duda in that left lane, that unusual left-hand lead lane as you're looking at the screen right now because it comes across the start. I have put them under starters orders. I just wanted to check. Anders has control of them. The revs are up. They are ready to go. Here we are. We're off the line. And Slavomir Duda comes flying in. He's going to go for that big straight line initiation that we saw last time. He's definitely going to get marked down by both guys for that. But Warren Greener manages to correct for it beautifully and gets himself back up onto the door. That transition. Look at Warren Greener absolutely tucked under the bumper of that GT86 in the RX8. Beautiful move by Warren Greener. Round up onto the door, pushing Slavomir Duda across the line in a beautiful display of that control from Warren Greener. Gentlemen, I enjoyed that battle a lot. It turned out much more hard punching than I was expecting. This initiation, however, I did not like in the slightest. Your thoughts?
No, you basically missed one completely.
We sort of handbrake dragged through it, I think,
Yeah.
more than anything.
Trying to keep the pace there to break away from Warren.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
winner. I'll tell you that now.
It was a lovely chase from Warren.
Absolutely.
Very stable.
Yeah, much more stable than the,
And yeah,
from what we
and
saw
for
from
that
Slaw in the
reason,
beginning.
he is my winner.
Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
That's going to be Warren for me.
It's unanimous. Warren Greener gets the win. That is a man who has come back into competition after a few weeks out and is looking absolutely refreshed. Great to have Slavomir Duda with us, though. He's been a good driver. We've enjoyed seeing him this evening. Sadly, he exits in the top 16, but it is a great pleasure having him here. I've not seen you drive before, Slavomir, and you are welcome back anytime. You certainly bring an element of a different style of driving to things that we have enjoyed a lot. Next up, Oliver Eppinger versus Johan Garcia. Oliver Eppinger in the other GT86 that's still in this part of the bracket versus Johan Garcia. Which is an all GT86 battle, in fact. This could be an interesting one. I'm going to put them under starters orders. Let's see how things go. Oliver Eppinger on the left-hand side of your screen in the brown Tsujigiri liveried GT86. On the right-hand side, that is Johan Garcia in the Jap Speed liveried GT86. They come firing down. They're identical underneath, both going for that big flick initiation with their GT86s, the 2JZ. But Johan Garcia is getting lost in the background as Oliver Eppinger puts on this same exact carbon copy masterful lead line from his first battle. Really looking solid there, as long as he can slow it down enough to get in onto the inside edge. Yet that has got to be an absolute replica of one of the best lead lines that we've seen all night from Oliver Eppinger earlier on today.
It was lovely.
'Twas lovely. Chris Ennis says yes.
Lovely.
For reference, on my sheet of paper here for all of the bracket that lead.
Oliver Eppinger earning a full seal of approval from all of us for that lead. That was absolutely lovely. He would definitely get a round of applause if I could be bothered to lift my arms up high enough. What was that? Sorry, Chris?
I thought you were going to say something else then for a minute.
Oh God, no. This is a family-friendly stream. We shall not have any of that. No swearing, no bad language, no foul deeds. As Oliver Eppinger now in the chase position. Oh, hits that bump real hard. Almost gets sent clean into the side of Johan Garcia as they come hooking up through clip 3. Now Oliver Eppinger trying to make sure that he really stamps this final bit of authority on this battle. Just has to make sure that he doesn't take Johan Garcia off track in the final corner. But it doesn't matter because Johan Garcia almost does that to himself. Round and through across the line. Let's have a look at that again, chaps. Who earns Caleb Dauphiné's big plate of poutine of appreciation from that battle?
That's going to have to be Oliver for me.
Yep, absolutely same from me. And Christopher Innes.
Oliver.
Oliver Eppinger. For me, that is still, it's the second time he's done it, and it was a carbon copy of the first one. That is the cleanest lead run that we have all night so far. Oliver Eppinger is the man on the lead line right now. It is textbook, and he gets the win. He advances on and will take on he just knocked out Johan Garcia. Sadly, Johan knocked out, but he will take on Warren Greener in the Great 8. That's going to be a battle, because both those guys are in fast cars. They're aggressive chase drivers, and they are looking really clean in the lead position. That means that your battle tree has shaped up on this half of the bracket to look like this. Paddy Walls will take on Alexander Yagard, and Warren Greener will take on Oliver Eppinger on the left-hand side of the tree in the Great 8. On the right-hand side of the bracket, coming up next, Wojciech Wawrzyka takes on Bartek Kakowski, and I am genuinely really excited for that battle. It looks like it could be a sterling matchup between the two of them. Steve Smith takes on Danielis Parangauskas. Vlad Zazulia takes on Jordan Fry. Jordan Fry, one of the men that's looking really fast in that lead position. That GT86 absolutely hooked up from him. And Augusto Ferreira versus Craig Fulgham. Gentlemen, I'm excited. I'm having a good time. It's a Saturday morning for me here in New Zealand. I've been given coffee and I've got things to eat, and I'm watching some great drifting. I'm in a happy place. How about you guys? I'm hoping Chris is at least 3 beers deep by this point.
Oh, I was at least 3 beers deep by 7 o'clock.
The weekend has landed, and Christopher Ennis is rat-arsed.
No, not rat. Not yet.
It's coming. It's on the horizon. No?
I was worse last night, this morning.
Oh dear, been that kind of week.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that, Caleb, it's too early for you to start drinking. What is it, 2 in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's about 3:30. It's a little on the early side.
It's after midday though, and we're gonna have a watch party with FD. I'm gonna go and get the rum. I'm gonna sit here with a bottle of rum and some ginger beer, and I'm just gonna swear at Jared Dienda loudly.
Once we start watching FD, I'll take up on that.
I like this.
Worldwide
Caleb, the concept. I mean, it's too early in the day for me to start drinking, really, if I'm totally honest with myself. But Caleb, being the consummate professional, and Chris Ennis just going, it's the weekend. Fuck it.
Yes. If not, why not?
So, guys in the chat, next matchup looks exciting. What are you thinking about? Wojciech Wawrzyka versus Bartek Kakowski. Who do you think is going to win here?
Honestly, they're both extremely talented, so it's going to be interesting for sure.
It is going to be a great one.
I can't say who was going to take this one. I hope no one makes any stupid mistakes. Is all I can say.
Yes.
I think that's going to be the deciding factor.
I think this is one of the things that's crucial about this track that people need to remember, is that this is not an easy track to drive. So it's very easy to make mistakes here. That bump through, it's a wall initiation at high speed, sweeping across the full width of the track. That wall initiation is aggressive. It's got that bump midway between 1 and 2, which absolutely throws you completely out of where you are in your comfort zone. The whole front end of the car just leaps off to the left-hand side as long as you've not got enough angle on. It's got that wall through 4, which is a hard transition. Those inner clips are both at the end of massive slowdown zones. It looks like a nice, smooth-flowing track on the stream, and it is a genuinely very challenging track.
Yeah, you have to throw a little bit extra angle on for the bump, and then it's so easy to go wide on clips.
Absolutely, so easy.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. They are underway now. Wojciech Wawrzyka is leading in Bartek Kakowski, this is an exciting battle as Wojciech Warika gets up to angle. Bartek Kakowski hits that bump that we were literally just talking about and ends up having that big straighten as Wojciech Warika takes it nicely through onto 3. That's that good inside line. Doesn't go into the no-go zone there. That's between 3 and 4. Hooks it up through the transition. Now gets back on the power out through 5. Look at that surge from Bartek Kakowski in the chase position as Wojciech Warika takes it round and across the line. Wow. That's a battle.
Expected, I guess.
That bump catching out Bartek in the first corner, that's definitely going to be a mark against him, but Wojciech Warika putting down a pretty textbook lead line. If Oliver Eppinger has been putting down, was it Oliver Eppinger, sorry? If Oliver Eppinger has been putting down the absolute grade A gold standard, then that is definitely up there as a close second for me as they make their way round and across the line. Let's go back. It's Bartek Kakowski to lead in. Wojciech Warika. They are lined up, they are ready, and they are under starters' orders. Anders, give us a battle, please. Wojciech Warika off the line in that chase position. Bartek Kakowski is going to have some work to do after that little wobble in turn 1. Does that very straight line initiation. Is he going to be able to hold it? Yes, he is. Just, or both drivers dropping wheels as they go through there. Bartek Kakowski trying to hook it up and get onto that inside edge. Not quite the cleanest of lead lines, but look at Wojciech Warika bringing the battle to him. But there's an error there from Wojciech in the chase position, and that's a wobble that's going to come back to haunt him because that has swung the battle, in my mind at least, very much back into the centre. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Yes.
What's that from the start?
Tonight, our judges say something non-committal. Yes.
Maybe there was a winner.
I'm going to put it at the top here. Maybe we watch some drifting. Maybe there's a battle. Who knows? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. I'm going to say right at the top of this, for me, that's a one more time. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase. There were errors on both sides of that bracket. If my life depended on it, I would possibly be able to find a gnat's testicle win towards one person, but it's fine enough that even though I normally say, well, if we can find a winner, then you've got to go with that person, that that would literally be on pain of death and not because I think it's better for the sport. For me, that's a one more time.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same position.
So,
Well, in that case, let's send them again.
OMT, we're going to rerun the fun, send them back to the start. Let's have that from the top one more time. Let's see how that plays out. Let's go back, take it again. Johan Garcia, totally threw off my battle and countdown was too fast, so my chase was way off. Interesting. We are looking at implementing a countdown system so that everything will be consistent, so it'll do. Or there is actually a fantastic one that's being used, I think, by ADC. Someone down in Australia or the Southern Hemisphere anyway has got a model that puts his arms up and then puts his arms down on the light button. So that's a good one to watch. We're going to try and find a way to take it so that Anders doesn't have to say 3, 2, 1, go a million times in an evening, because I'm sure that he gets bored of doing that. But in the meantime, let's get back to the action. It is Wojciech Warika to lead in Bartek Kakowski. They are ready to go on the line. They are under drivers, starters, orders. Try that sentence again, Somerville. Here we go. It doesn't matter. They're underway now anyway. As Bartek Kakowski gets off the line in the chase position, Wojciech Warika goes for that big flick initiation. Nails clip 1 this time and gets cleanly out to clip 2 as Bartek Kakowski takes that inside line, trying to keep the proximity up onto 3. He's allowed to do that and drop that wheel at 3, but this time he's really stamping his authority all over that. But that is a masterful lead line. And just as I say that, Bartek Kakowski forgets that that is a D-cell zone and throws all of that good work away coming into that final corner.
That's a shame.
That is a shame. That is a D-cell zone. There's nothing we can do about that. That is a D-cell zone. The track map, which I shall put up just to remind people for a second here.
It's not over yet, though. Anything can happen.
No, but I'm just going to put that up for a second just to remind people. Coming into clip 5 there. That is a decel zone. You must allow the lead car to slow down going into that section. So, here we go. We're back to the start. Bartek Kakowski to lead in. I've put them under starters orders. We are here. We are ready to go.
Have you sufficiently filled your mouth?
I don't know what you mean. There's no chewing going on here. Yes, I have pressed send. So they are. I just want to check. There's been a hesitation. I was just like, oh, have I sent
We're
it?
not going anywhere.
Here we go. I can hear engines revving up. They are under starters orders. Anders has got them underway as Bartek Kakowski goes for that same flicked straight initiation, but it's very, very fast, allowing Wojciech Wawrinka to absolutely keep the hammer down. That gap starting to open up there, but Wojciech Wawrinka masterfully reeling him back in. They go through the transition. This is the big send into the decel zone. Bartek Kakowski gets all of that gathered up beautifully, round and through across the line, but it is not going to be enough. That did not swing that back enough the other way for me. There is a winner by default from that first half of that battle in my mind. Gentlemen.
Wojciech was very, very close to throwing that away. He was very nearly straight towards the later half of that. But not enough to say he was straight, so yeah.
Just check that again, and yeah, Wojciech.
So
he was very close.
It was. I mean, he was as close as you'd want to get, wasn't he?
Yeah, but not quite. So yeah.
But it means that we do have a winner, and it is unanimous because of that error in the chase position from Bartek Kakowski. Wojciech Wawrinka gets the win and advances on to the Great 8, and it would really help if I moved the correct thing when I'm aligning all of the bracket rather than moving the boxes themselves. So, we move on. This one is interesting. Steve Smith, the man piloting that acid trip Nightmare Before Driftmas livery in that GT86, goes up against Danielis Paringauskas. Now, Danielis Paringauskas has been fast, he has been consistent. Steve Smith has taken a while to get through to a top 16. It has been a long time since he's made a top 16 with us. Back from when we used to do our King of the Hill rather than our top 32 competition, and we used to rotate through, Steve often would have a good run of luck. But he has struggled since we moved to a fixed competition format because he just keeps on drawing guys who have great runs, but his confidence will be greatly boosted by being in the top 16. And just as I say that, he drops 2 wheels, causing that error in the background, but that doesn't cause that straighten. We're going to have to assign blame because there is definitely a complete straighten from the chase position while Steve manages to stay in it and keep the wheels going. 2 wheels is not a 0. Oh, but that's 4. That's 4. Wow.
That's scenic route.
Yeah, that is the full safari line. Run wide, take the safari line.
Almost a wash for me, unless you deem that straighten at the beginning there from face as pull out of. I'd have to look at that again.
I think in this one that I'd be tempted to just say that run was a write-off from both sides, because I'm going to watch it on the replay again. The difficulty is that we said right at the top of the show that one of the rules was, very specifically, first 0 is run ending. Now for me, Steve drops 2 wheels here, absolutely. So he is at fault for taking them both wide. But Danielis Paringauskas follows him off, goes even deeper, and then has to reinitiate completely.
Yeah,
and is there
Steve
contact
didn't
here?
drop wheel.
There is a bit of contact there that just knocks Steve wide as well, just coming into 6.
Steve didn't drop wheels first, that's the problem, it was at the same time. But
Let's see what happens in the second half of this battle, but that one's going to be another controversial call. We're going to have to come back to the letter of the rule book. You guys can go back to what we were talking about in driver briefing earlier. We've specifically said that you had to complete the run Danielis Parangauskas goes for that initiation, absolutely hooked up there, gets it nicely dialed in as he goes through. A bit of a wobble from Stee in the background. This is a much cleaner run from the lead position as Danielis Parangauskas gets out onto that outside line, rotates through and gets down onto the inside edge as Stee drops a wheel trying to catch back up. Danielis Parangauskas gets a nice lead line all the way through and across the line.
Right, I've got a winner from that.
Yeah.
I'm just watching this replay, seeing if
even
Stee...
with the first 0 rule, it's pretty confident.
Okay. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
It's going to be Daniel for me. I think Stee was... Yeah, okay, you can make the argument that they both dropped at the same time, so if that is the case, then that would be essentially just a wash on that run. So it comes down to the second run, and if it's just down to the second run, I feel that Steve's over rotation at the beginning and Daniel, compared to Daniel's lead, yeah, Daniel missed a clip, but he was running a way smoother line overall, and for that reason I'm giving one to Daniel.
Okay. Christopher Ennis, your winner, please.
Danielis.
That means that sadly it is going to be unanimous. Danielis gets the win and advances on to the Great Eight. It's a difficult one because the argument could be made that Danielis Parangauskas had the first 0 in that first run because they both dropped tyres, but he then has the straight line. But if they both...
It's because of that rule from earlier.
He was chasing the lead car, and the lead car was leading him off.
Which means that it would come down to who was at fault for causing that. It was possibly avoidable, but really Steve was leading him off into the dirt. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's another one. It's one of those messy calls that I never like making because you know that you could argue it the other way, but...
Well, it's the first 0 rule which makes it.
Well, we are done with that battle. Sadly, Steve is out, and we come to another all GT86. The GT86 is becoming the new S13.5. They are incredibly popular now as we're seeing in battle, and as people get used to them and they're moving across to them, they're getting faster and faster, they're getting more and more dialed in. So this is Vlad Zazulya to lead in Jordan Fry. Jordan Fry has been looking at the command of an absolute rocket ship in the runs that we've seen him do this evening. Is Vlad Zazulya going to be able to pull something out of the bag to make sure that that is neutralise that incredible speed from Jordan Fry? As I've put them under starters orders, Vlad Zazulya gets underway. He's going for that incredible initiation. He's trying to flick all the way across, and it looks like Jordan Fry was kept napping on that start line as they come firing down into that inside clip. But Jordan Fry's now back in that battle, starting to run a little bit wide through 3. This is not the Jordan Fry that we saw from earlier, as he gets a little bit scrappy in that background, and Vlad Zazulya looking like he's on a pretty tidy lead line there, round and across the line.
But can't part there, son.
Did I miss them going off at the end there? Is that what happened?
One went off at the end, yes. That's an incomplete for that one. Incomplete from Jordan there.
Oh no!
Kinda,
Jordan has just popped up in chat and said he didn't load his tune. He has done an Ian.
I can't imagine how you forget to do that.
Well, I mean, this could well end up being all she wrote for Jordan Fry. He has forgotten to load his tune, and as you can see, having the cars dialed in and the grip that they need in order to do this competition is absolutely vital. It definitely looked like a significantly hampered Jordan Fry when he was in that chase position. The car did not look fast. It's going to be difficult for him to keep it on the track with that level of aggression, with the car not gripped up how he's expecting, but he has managed it. That is a really nice lead line despite all the things that are going wrong for him. for Jordan Fry, but it's very, very close from Vlad Zazulia in the background. Going into that transition, Vlad knows that he can manage to keep with Jordan, but Jordan's still got that incomplete from the first run as they come round, and it runs wide again. Difficult to control that car with no tune on it as they come through and over the line.
If Jordan hadn't thrown it away on purpose, then he might have had a shot on time to be out with it.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to be kicking himself for that.
He's definitely going to be kicking himself for that. I'm going to just shove this last bit of my breakfast into my face. Sorry, just excuse me 1 second.
But yeah, it's going to be, I think it's pretty obvious there. The lad for me.
Yep, Vlad for me as well.
And that is unanimous. Vlad Zazulia gets the win. Jordan is going to be livid with himself after laying down that incredible lead in the top 32 and just dominating the battle from start to finish, to then have forgotten his tune and end up going into a battle that he was sure he could have won. But, you know, on any given day in racing, you might have a problem that throws you out of the race, and today it was Jordan Fry's memory that was his problem, sadly not mechanical, but it's happened to, we've seen it from 2 other drivers. Regularly we see it from Ian Koenig, and tonight we saw it from Ryan Sider as well. So that is 2 drivers taken out early on in competition who would have had a great chance if they had not rushed to get to the line. So Jordan Fry sadly exits in top 16 this week rather than last week where he exited in the final 4. As we move on, Augusto Ferreira versus Craig Fulgham. This has potential grudge match written all over it, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's going to be tight to see these guys go against each other. They are lined up. Augusto Ferreira on the line, ready to go. Craig Fulgham in the chase position. Here we go. They're under starters' orders. Craig leaves the line early, wants to make sure that Gusto doesn't get a jump on him. As Augusto Ferreira puts the hammer down, goes for that big flick initiation, gets nicely onto the wall, but look at Craig Fulgham, he's right there with him. Just dropping back a little bit. We've said that you can drop back a little bit between 2 and 3 in order to make sure you get the hammer back down through this transition. Craig Fulgham transitions early onto the rear quarter of Augusto Ferreira and just loses a little bit of ground in that second decel zone, but manages to get back in the battle and across the line. Wow. Steve Smith is saying he actually hit me on the last corner in that previous battle. Okay, Steve, we couldn't see that. I apologise for that. We'll have to go back and have a look at it again so that we can improve our judging as well. But from what we saw, it was a difficult one to call either way anyway. We're on to this battle for now. We'll have a look at that one again later. But for this battle right now, it looks like Augusto Ferreira had the measure of Craig's great chase, but Craig able to keep good proximity through most of that run. I think this one's going to come down to the second run, guys. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, I think it's going to be a small mistake made by someone.
Okay, here we go. They are underway. Off the line cleanly, it is going to be Craig Fulgham going for that big flick initiation. He's managed to open up a little bit more of a gap on Augusto than Augusto had on him through that first corner. As you see, Craig desperately grabbing a boatload of of left foot braking on that first corner, locking up that wheel, trying to get into it, and he gets cleanly out there as Augusto surges up onto the door. They are both strong in the chase in different places here and across the line. That is one hell of a battle from both of those drivers. Now this is pod racing.
Yes.
Well,
I have a winner.
do you? Interesting. Okay. Caleb Dauphiné says yes. Do you also have a winner?
Sure I do.
I might have just spotted something in the replay that might give me a winner, actually. I'm just going to watch that one more time. So those of you watching on the stream, you're going to see another replay of that top 16 battle, just the second half of it. It'll loop through the skin for the transition once more. Vito Moreira 33, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. ZXND213, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I mentioned you before. Austin Meeks tuning in on the YouTube saying, "Go Craig." I'd really like this replay to play. That would be massively helpful. No, apparently we only get it once. I don't know why.
If you need to, just go onto the YouTube and.
Okay, I'm going to have to do that because I want to see that bobble.
I see.
At clip 4.
Yep. Gusto
Yeah.
gets in the wall and then drags it out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to tell you now, I don't have a winner on the basis of that. I think that because of that little error getting into the wall and then surging back up, for me, with the gap that Craig lost out to on that first section, that for me goes one more time.
I see my winner was the other way around. I
Interesting.
had Craig out for his proximity through most of his chase run.
Interesting. So I had it going that way, but I've now gone to a one more time, but that means that probably solidifies your winner, does it, Chris?
No, because Craig had better proximity in his chase, and
Yes.
then I can't think of his name.
Augusto.
Augusta clips the wall in his chase.
So you're saying
So-
Craig.
Yes.
Okay. Chris Ennis says Craig. Caleb Dauphiné.
Yeah, for me it's Craig for me, but just
Okay.
just
No,
barely.
that's fine. So
Just-
that means that
just
2
by
to
the
1, the slightest margin. I will let Anders know
smallest of margins.
that 2 to 1, Craig Fulgham gets the win, knocking out Augusto Ferreira. Craig Fulgham continues. Is it a march towards 4 podiums in the row for Craig Fulgham? If he were engaged in a championship right now, Craig Fulgham would be runaway points leader. He is a dangerous man to draw in a battle, and Vlad Zazulya will now have to try and take him down in the Great 8. In fact, talking of the Great 8, your battle tree looks like this. That is on the left-hand side for your Great 8. Paddy Walls versus Alexander Jaegard. Warren Greener versus Oliver Eppinger. On the right-hand side of the battle, Wojciech Wawrika taking on Danielis Parangauskas. And Vlad Zazulya to take on Craig Fulgham. That is a hell of a Great 8. There's some faces in there that we've not seen in the top 8 or the Great 8 before. There's some faces in there that we haven't seen in the Great 8 in a while. There's some definitely obvious faces missing from that Great 8 that we expected to get there, and an awful lot of that is going to come down to guys who forgot to load their tune. The Ian Koenig solution to losing a battle.
I have never ever done that. I just don't understand.
No, it's crazy,
It's
isn't
like
it?
the first thing I do. That's the first thing I do when I load up.
It's like
is I load my setup.
It's like going to a drift event and forgetting to tighten all the lug nuts on your car. It's like losing a wheel midway through the Great 8. It's crazy. It's just, but I can see in the heat of battle, if you're not in the zone with it, I can see how it happens. But it means that we will now have all 8 of those drivers on the server at one time. All 8 of them ready to go when they are loaded into the server. We will have all of them there. Augusto's in the chat going, "I hate you, Craig." Excellent. Andy 5L, I'm assuming, or 5-1, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Steve Smith, we will have a look at that, I promise, afterwards. If nothing else, it's good for us as judges to update that, and It's good feedback. So I'm sure there will be things that we'll have to go over after this. Guys will come to us and say, look, this is what happened, this is what happened. It's a digital motorsport and we're all on different ping. Sometimes it's hard to see everything. We do the best we can. But if you were cheated there, then I apologise. But brilliant job on getting to the top 16. We'll see you next week. Your confidence is building. You're looking good with that car. But we move on to the Great 8. This is some serious matching up between these guys. First out of the block is going to be Paddy Walls, who I bet right now cannot believe that he's made it through to the Great 8 tonight after some of the battles that he's had to go through. Just waiting for them to load into the server now, folks. Then we will get back underway. I bet Austin Meeks is very excited for Craig having made it through there. Was fun, my big love. Thank you, Ben, for the comp. That is awesome. Gusto, you're always welcome along. You know that. It's great having you here, especially when I can't hear you saying incredibly dirty sexual things in my ear. It's much easier to concentrate without you gently tickling my fantasies. So thank you for not dropping into the chat and doing that. I'm sure you were doing it to Craig, though. I'm sure you were pestering him naughtily whilst you guys were mid-run. We move on. The Great 8. Paddy Walls, first of all, to take on Alexander Jaegard. Like that's a serious matchup. That's a potential final level matchup from what we've seen of the driving today. They are on the line. They're under starters orders. Here we go. Paddy Walls leading in Alexander Jaegard. Coming off the line now. Alexander Jaegard jumps the line to try and make sure he stays with Paddy Walls. That almost looked like contact on the cones, but Anders has let them go, so we're going to carry on. Paddy Walls gets wide. Really great line from Paddy Walls there, hooking up onto the inside edge. Alexander Jaegard looking a little bit scrappy in that D-cell zone, but managing to keep the proximity. Look at the amount of left foot braking from Alexander Jaegard as he makes contact. Contact in the D-cell zone yet again. Let's go back to the replay on that one. Over to the replay. This was a great battle right up until it wasn't, and that's not a sentence I'm proud of. Someone's going to clip that, aren't you? You're going to clip that, me saying stupid things. I hate you all so very, very much. But not as much as I hate myself, so hey-ho. And not as much as Alexander Jaegard will be hating himself after this moment here. You see them transition across. Oh, actually, Paddy Walls is on a very shallow transition there with a lot of slowdown. Is that excessive braking, guys?
That was excessive braking. You can see the nose on the car.
I'm gonna have to look back at that, but let's go ahead and run this again. And then
I'm just going to watch it one more time because these guys on the line, I want to have an idea of what's going on before we go in there. There's something very not right about the way that battle ends, and my initial reaction was that went straight towards Paddy Walls as the advantage, but I think he's halfway through the transition still, midway through the clip, and that is very, very wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's basically a straight line braking moment. There is no way that was avoidable. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, Paddy. Oh, Paddy. Let's get Alexander Jaegard back underway whilst our Gusto Ferrero is commentating on how lovely my fingers are. Gusto, you know all the right things to say. You're such a charmer, such a delightful human male. As we get them underway, Alexander Jaegard goes, get the hammer down, gets that flick initiation. Paddy Walls is going to be feeling like he's got all the work to do as he gets lost in the smoke through turn 1. Hooks round, but Alexander Jaegard misses out on clip 3 completely. Paddy Walls trying to get back in the fight, goes for that transition. This is the dive that's crucial. Look at that. Paddy Walls again, very straight through there, trying to get the proximity back. That is not the Paddy Walls of earlier on this evening with that absolute aggression that he was bringing into that fight. Well,
I think that really the main thing that comes down to is that straight and run one through there. It wasn't a complete straight, but it was enough to mess up the chase driver and Paddy at full. So I've got a winner in my mind.
okay. Chris Ennis.
I agree completely.
Okay. Let's ask the question then. This is time. Gentlemen, Caleb Dauphinee, your winner, please.
Alex.
Alexander Jaegard gets 1 vote from Caleb Dauphinee. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. Alexander Jaeger gets 2 votes, and based purely off that slowdown in the transitional decel zone, I can confirm Alexander Jaeger gets a unanimous victory and moves on to the final 4. Paddy, I don't know what to say about that. That is purely a technical loss on your part, just your transition into the final section. I don't know whether it was the stress of it getting the better of you, but you changed your transition into that final section, and it was just too straight and too much decel, and we couldn't go any other way with it. And that is such a shame, because I think you've been a storming driver this evening. You've been really bringing it to some guys that you should have felt outgunned by, and you've been driving brilliantly, but that is a classic under pressure technical error, and sadly it means that, although happily for Alexander Jaeger, that Paddy Wolves is knocked out in the Great 8. So we move on. This is a battle I'm excited for. I am properly, genuinely, edge of my seat excited for this battle. Warren Greener to lead in Oliver Eppinger. Both of these guys very fast, very clean drivers. Warren Greener in the lead position, but it has been Alexander Jaeger all night with that lead that has been so monumental. But look at Warren Greener managing to bring some real fight through there, but no, he just goes wide at 3, struggles to keep the car tucked in as he goes through the transition now, and Warren's in the wall. Oh, I hyped this battle up so much, and now Warren's off track. This is not the... Oh, don't tell me that Warren Greener hasn't put his tune on. I will absolutely lose my mind.
Please.
Please no.
Please no. Please. There's already been too much of that.
I don't know what I'll do. Zui Pog, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Alex PYZick, when I get the game, do all the cars come free? No, you can buy the cars in the main car pack, and all of our car pack is free, so you can get these cars straight away. There's no grind for it. We're not EA Sports. But that is a big error in the lead position from Warren Greener. Don't tell me he forgot his tune.
Great on Oliver for not killing him.
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's the kind of error where you can easily see, if it were real life drifting, you can see a kind of a £200,000 crash off the back of an incident like that. 400,000 Kiwi dollars of misery. Right. We're back to the action. Oliver Eppinger on that lead line. Is he going to be able to do another metronomic lead like he's been doing all evening? So far, all signs point to yes, but no, just as I say it, he misses out on clip 3. What is it with these guys missing out on clip 3 there? If he does the same mistake in this position here that Warren Greener did in the first lead, then it's going to be all over. Back to him one more time, but no, he just about gathers it up and makes it across the line. Let's have a look again. Chris Ennis sparks up in the background, the cigarette lighter of disdain, just that sound of misery, of just, oh, I've got nothing else to do with my life, I'm just going to smoke this cigarette and just be sad.
Yes.
That was a battle I'd been looking forward to from the moment it shaped up in the top 16. I've been excited about this battle, and in the end it's going to come down to nerves getting the better of someone. I have a winner.
Yeah, I was about to say, it just looked like pressure.
I have a winner. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Oliver Eppinger.
Oliver Eppinger gets 1 vote from Chris Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné, your vote, please.
Oliver.
Oliver Eppinger gets 2, and I can confirm that that is unanimous. Oliver Eppinger advances to the final 4. His metronomic lead not quite so perfect that time round, but enough to get through on the basis of those errors from Warren Greener, the usually infallible Warren Greener, one of our most consistent drivers. Sometimes he gets beaten, just flat out beaten by someone who pulled something right out of the bag that is absolutely incredible, but usually Warren Greener is like Oliver Eppinger is driving this evening. He is Mr. Johnny on the spot and just ticks away at it all the way through the night. But today, a mistake from Warren Greener in the lead position, costing him his place in the final 4. We move on. Another exciting matchup. Let me just check that I pressed send on that. Yes, I did. Those guys are still sat there for some reason, no, but I did press send. So we move on as we go round to Wojciech Wawrzyka taking on Danielis Parangauskas. This is another fight that could be really good. These guys don't think they've ever met before in competition. They certainly haven't with us, or maybe they've met elsewhere, but certainly with us they are new to battling each other. This is Wojciech Wawrzyka versus Danielis Parangauskas. Oh, well, none of this is shaping up the way I thought it was going to, guys.
This is why I did not make predictions.
Scranners is in the chat
Always
making Fast and Furious quotes. Every day for the last 3 weeks you've been coming in here and you've been forgetting the tuner. Now it was crappy yesterday, it was crappy the day before, and guess what? It hasn't changed as these guys go absolutely firing in. Fantastic quote, Scranners. Like that a lot as these guys go firing in. That's a beautiful lead line from Wojciech Wawrzyka as he comes through there, but a great chase as well. Danielis Parangauskas bringing the fight to Wojciech Wawrzyka. Is he going to be able to maintain that pressure all the way round and across the line? That is a lovely, lovely run. That's much more the kind of thing that we were expecting in the Great 8 here, guys.
That was a phenomenal lead and great chase.
Just
Dan-
watch after
Danielis-
clip 3. The chase.
What was that?
Just watch the chase after clip 3.
There was
Are
a
you
little bit
talking
of a
about
lag bump
slight
coming
contact?
into 3,
Yeah, there was contact there. I was about to say.
but I think that was
No.
lag. It looked like Danielis Parangauskas just got a tiny bit of lag on the way through.
Looked like he straightened after 3. Not completely, but
I did not see that.
I definitely have an advantage one way or the other after that first run, though.
Yeah.
But here we go. It could all change. They are flipped around. Danielis Parangauskas now has to lead in Wojciech Wawrzyka in this battle. The second half of this battle underway now. The E92 with the N54 engine under the hood there gets that initiation nicely nailed down, but Wojciech Wawrzyka is able to get right back into it. There's a wobble from Danielis Parangauskas between clips 2 and 3. That's normally the stable section of that corner. The first half normally the bit that's hard to do, but these guys back on it. Wojciech Wawrzyka gathers it back up and surges up, gets a little bit of extra braking in there, and then just goes round, through and across the line.
I've got a winner.
I'm deeply confused by this one.
what gear ratio is Danielis running? He's in second all the way around.
Something very long. It's the Dwayne McKeever school of just make seconds do everything.
Yes.
Okay,
All of the clutch.
Christopher Ennis, your winner, please.
That would be Wojciech.
Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Yes. Wait, check.
Yeah, yes. Caleb Dauphiné says yes. I can confirm that that is unanimous and making his way through to the final 4. Wojciech Wawrzyka gets the win and advances on, knocking out Danielis Parangauskas from that battle. That is an incredibly hard one to call, though much harder than I was expecting after that incredible lead run. Everything about that just sort of seesawed backwards and forwards, but in the end for me, Wojciech Wawrzyka getting the advantage. Vlad Zazulya now to lead in Craig Fulgham. Vlad will definitely be feeling the pressure from this one in that GT86, but the GT86 is a fast car. The S13.5 is under a similar set of physics to, sorry, the 2J S13 under a similar set of physics to the 13.5 in terms of suspension, but with that 2J engine there instead. So a little bit more user-friendly. Left-hand drive. Craig likes to have everything left-hand drive because he's in VR. Warming up his
I'm with him
tyres.
on that.
Yeah, I can well believe it. Craig getting that car hooked up round Vlad Zazulya to lead first, and Vlad Zazulya did not, from what I could see there, didn't put any heat into those tyres on the way round. So Craig is going to have all of the grip as they come off the line. That GT86 on a 285 section rear tyre because of the extra weight of it versus that S13 on a 265 section rear tyre, but they come firing through, and yet even with that heat in the tyre, Craig is doing all he can to try and stay keeping up with that GT86. Incredibly fast car. It's a good lead, but it's allowing Craig back into the battle. A great chase run from Craig Fulgham, but only made possible by that actually excellent lead from Vlad Zazulya. Let's have a look at that again. Paddy Walls is asking me to have a look at the replay again afterwards. I will have a look at it for you, Paddy. I've seen what you've messaged me. Great transition there from those guys. Nicely slotting in round into that final corner and across the line. Gentlemen, I'm excited for the second half of this battle. Let's see what happens. With now Craig Fulgham leading in Vlad Zazulya. Are you ready? They are under starters orders. Let's see what happens now. Craig Fulgham off the line, getting the hammer down. Look at that 13, hook up and go. Vlad Zazulya, great initiation from Vlad Zazulya, gets absolutely slotted right in onto that rear quarter. Oh, and Craig goes wide. Was there contact before that, or did Craig go wide anyway, all by himself? Here's the transition as Craig gets in the wall now. That's a big error from Craig Fulgham, struggling to get that car wrangled back in onto the inside edge. I think that was a litany of errors from Craig Fulgham, all by himself. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think.
I think you should watch the replay because there was contact.
I think there was contact,
Yes,
but I don't know if it was...
But
Go on.
Craig was gonna go wide either way.
I think so, and it's in the decel zone. That's the downside, though. It is in the decel zone. So
Yep,
Craig's left foot
let's
braking
have a
through
look.
2. I don't think Craig was making 3 regardless.
I don't think so either, but I want that. Yeah.
And either way, the thing is that kind of contact would make it difficult to get into a rhythm to transition across into that wall. So that is difficult.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that again on the replay.
Well, even ignoring the wall for just a second, going back to the beginning, he was definitely going to go.
Yeah, definitely.
That hit from Vlad, yeah, probably made it a bit worse. Made him that
But
Kirby.
if he
kind
was
of put him off
going
for that
wide
wall.
anyway, there's even less of an excuse for him to hit him.
It looks like a lag bump to me, though. It doesn't look like a contact, like a normal contact. You see it's just a sudden surge and tap. I'm going to put it on the replay one more time so you guys can see what we're talking about while we're talking about it. As Craig comes between 2 and 3, there's that contact from Vlad Zazulya in the chase position. Now, to me, it looks like a classic lag nudge, which means that we have to assign fault for that, and I would normally say that that is a fault for Vlad. But the question for me is, does it destabilise Craig enough? You see, there's just that moment of movement.
I've got a winner.
Okay.
I think my win is going to be different.
Okay. Well, then let's ask the question, because, and I'm going to say this right now, for me, it comes down to a one more time. And the reason for that, and I'll just lay it out now, is because I think that Vlad was at fault for the contact ever so slightly, but that's only because of the lag nudge. But I think overall that those runs back to back, Craig could have kept it out of the wall there. It would have been hard because obviously there was that bump, but I think that offsets the work he did in the chase position from the first run, because Vlad put down a phenomenal lead and that allowed Craig a great chase. So I'm going to send it across. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
For me, that goes to Vlad. He had a great lead, and I think on lead to lead, Craig made that mistake going wide. Sure, Vlad had that contact with him, but he was going wide either way. And as you just said, I feel like he could have avoided that wall hit even with that slight nudge. So
Okay.
yeah, just for me, I think that's enough to go to Vlad.
That's one vote for Vlad. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
For me, Craig had the better chase, and if it was a lag bump, then you've got to assign it to the driver's internet connection.
So your winner is?
Craig.
That is a totally split decision. We're going at it again. We're going to send them back to the start, rerun the fun. Let's see that whole battle again after all of that being dragged out for a second. We are actually going to see that again. But we go through this process. We do it live on screen so that you guys can see what we're talking about. I know Paddy and a few others have been questioning things. You have to remember, guys, we can only see what we can see. And this is what we can see here. Paddy, I promise you go back and have a look at it, but just remember that when we were looking at it the first time round, your transition was very much straighter than it was during that first one earlier. So I will look at it again after the event, but I just want you to have that in your mind right from the start. For us,
straight and the nose of the car dipped.
Yeah,
So
he's saying he was on full
hard.
throttle, so it might be an internet connection issue. But if it's an internet connection issue, then that's still a sign's blame. That's the thing that we have to keep on coming back to.
Even if he was on full throttle, he was straight.
Yeah. So that's something for me to look at later, and I will look at it, I promise. This is why we do it all on stream, so you guys can hear the discussion about it. We want you to know what's going on, because this is not a competition where it's for any prizes at the moment. It's just for a tiny little pixel art crown. As Vlad Zazulya fires it in, this is a chance for him to really bring the fight to Craig Fulgham in this one more time battle, as Vlad only just makes it onto the B line going through that inside clip there. Craig Fulgham tries to bring the fight straight back up to him, shortcuts a little bit, but gets back onto the throttle nice and early and stays mashed on the throttle. Look at Craig Fulgham surging forward onto Vlad Zazulya. That time round, that is much more like the Craig Fulgham we are used to. Gets himself right up alongside that front wheel and ready to kick some anus. Here we go, driving through this replay now. I'm horrified by that sentence too, don't worry. What were you saying, Caleb?
I was just saying family friendly.
Family friendly. Kick some rectal passage. There you go.
I was going to say a bit late for family friendly, but it's not where you are.
It's not, no. You have to remember we're a global event, Christopher. It's middle of the day somewhere. Momentum, that sounds painful. Yes, it probably would be. Please don't put your foot into anyone else's rectal cavity. That's not an okay thing to do. As we move on from that horrifying mental image, don't picture it. Whatever you're doing, don't picture it. Craig Fulgham now to lead in Vlad Zazulya for the second half of this one more time battle. I've lost the plot now. It's been going on so long.
You need more sleep.
I probably do. As Craig Fulgham goes for that flick initiation, that's much more like the Craig Fulgham that we're used to seeing. He gets nicely out to the outside line. A little bit of a surge from Vlad Zazulya, but a great amount of proximity. The proximity from Vlad Zazulya through that section was immense as he gets through into this transition. Is it going to be too much? Oh, he manages just to wrangle it back in and then makes contact again, just hooking it back up and across the line. That is an exciting battle. This is what we wanted to see from these two drivers. Right.
My decision is still the same.
We go to this replay. Chris Ennis has already made his mind up. Designer Mark 1, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. I just wanted to watch this. The thing for me is I'm just trying to decide whether the aggression from Vlad is offset by the fact that that is a mistake in the decel zone. I think it's just not quite clean enough in the chase position. I'm torn, but I think I have a winner.
I'm watching them both again.
You think Craig firmly inserted his foot into a rectal cavity? Is that what you just said?
No. Vlad tried to insert.
Oh, right. It's a topical conversation, but somehow it seems appropriate. This has just become madness now. Right, as they come round on the replay, you are seeing them hook up into that inside line. This is where it falls apart for me. Vlad's aggression through turn 1 was spectacular. A big gap through 4, but then the send. I think if he'd maintained more proximity through clip 4, he wouldn't have had as much send up into Craig's door as they came into 5. And that gap that he allowed through the first transition was just enough to open that up. I have a winner. Chris Ennis, your winner first, please.
Craig.
Chris Ennis gives 1 vote to Craig Fulgham. Caleb Dauphiné.
It's a close one. They're both driving really well, but yeah, that contact and that gap. I will say I enjoyed Vlad's lead a little more. Where he got a little bit of a wobble.
Yep.
Towards the beginning half of that run, but yeah, that gap and that contact. Gotta go to Craig for me because of that.
Okay, that is 3 unanimous Craig Fulgham votes. Craig Fulgham, after that very tight battle, knocks out Vlad Zazulya and advances on to the final 4. Vlad, as I burp your name, I'm so sorry. That wasn't intended as some kind of disrespect. That's just, you know, the excitement has given me indigestion. I'm just talking rubbish now. But Vlad, that was an amazing lead and chase. We really enjoyed that. You took Craig Fulgham to one more time. He's been the most consistent driver of the last 4 weeks. You should be extremely proud of that. It just came down to you allowing that gap in clip 4 and then the surge being just a fraction too aggressive. We approve of the aggression. And if you'd not made contact, you had that one in the bag, but it was the double contact through that final corner coupled with that gap. That gap, I think if you hadn't left it, you'd have got Craig there. But Craig Fulgham advances on to the final 4 as I struggle to use a computer even after years and years of use. I press the wrong buttons and I don't manage to do this bracket transition button. Here you go. That battle was awesome. Vlad, thank you very much for coming along.
Yes, mate.
That was
Did I not send it to you?
Anders come and Anders go.
So, we are down to this. This is the battle tree here. It is Alexander Jaegard versus Wojciech Wawrzyka. Sorry, no, let me try that again. Alexander Jaegard versus Oliver Eppinger. Wojciech Wawrzyka versus Craig Fulgham. That is your final 4. That is the battle set that is up now. Oliver Eppinger on the line and Alexander Jaegard on the line. These guys have driven together before. They are very, very strong competitors. Let's flip that across to the final 4. We're going to go straight into it. They are under starters' orders. Alexander Jaegard to lead in Oliver Eppinger. This is going to be a hell of a battle if Oliver Eppinger can keep that proximity through the first corner. Alexander Jaegard incredibly fast when he gets this line right, but Oliver Eppinger's right there, tucked up into the bumper of that big Mustang as they come firing in through. Great line from both drivers in that first corner as this transition comes up. Good surge by Oliver Eppinger, keeping everything controlled. This is going to be crucial. Oh no, as Alexander Jaegard drops a wheel off the edge of the track, manages to gather it back up, and Oliver Eppinger's right there with him and across the line. What a battle that was.
That was extremely weird on my end. He lagged for a minute there.
Interesting. There was no lag on mine. I mean, there was a little bit of a bump lag as Oliver Eppinger came through that first bump in turn 1, but this section
not
here.
All over from Alex. Right around when he said he dropped the tire, it kind of skipped. I mean, it was strange. I'll have to look at the replay.
On my screen, it was 2 wheels clean off track for Alexander Jaegard in that lead position.
Okay.
So we swap them around. Oliver Eppinger now has to do his metronomic lead run. He didn't manage that last time out and it almost cost him the battle. He's got to make sure that he gets the run into clip 3 that he had in the top 32 and top 16. That's going to be crucial here as he goes for that flick. It's bang on the money in the exact same position, but there's a small wheel drop there from from Oliver Eppinger and Alexander Jaegard. Oliver Eppinger starting to feel the pressure build up as he goes further through this competition, but is it going to be as many errors as we're seeing from Alexander Jaegard in that lead and chase? A huge correction from both of them as they come round into that final corner and across the line.
Got a winner by the smallest of margins.
I mean, yeah, I do too, but that is
wheel drop.
absolutely minuscule.
Yeah.
Chris Ennis.
Watch.
Oliver Eppinger.
Oh, he's straight in there. He has a winner and he's right away on there, and it is Oliver Eppinger. Craig,
Yep,
we'll see. Hang on, sorry, I'm just pressing buttons and it's causing me to lose where I was going to say. Caleb, your winner, please.
Again, the smallest of margins. Alex dropped 2, Oliver dropped 1, and that's really what it comes down to.
Yep.
So Oliver for me.
It's unanimous. Oliver Eppinger gets the win, and it's for the exact same reason between all 3 of us. So, advancing to the final this evening, Oliver Eppinger makes his way past Alexander Jaegard, who will have another chance at a place on the podium in the final face-off between the 3rd, 4th competitors. Oliver Eppinger, however, has made his way through to your final there. On the other side of the bracket, we now have Wojciech Wawrzyka taking on Craig Fulgham. This is going to be one hell of a final matchup between these two in the final four. Let's see what happens now. They're coming round to the line. I think they're already there. I'm just doing all of the admin bits in the background at the same time. Wojciech Wawrzyka on the line. It's a battle of the S13s, very similar underneath, just different engines. Craig Fulgham with... Go on.
I was just saying, get the Craigs in chat.
Yeah, have we got the Craigs in chat? Is this the Craig support? Here we go. Augusto Ferreira, I hope you win, Craig, so I can use excuse I lost for the winner. Yep. Oh! Just as we say that, there is contact straight into that first corner. I'm going to have to go back to the replay on that because I was looking down to transition between screens. Wow. Wow. Owen Wilson has the right emotion for this one. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, that's
Did Wojciech Wawrzyka
replay.
close it right down, or did Craig Fulgham go maximum Chelsea Genofa and yeet him off into the distance? This is going to be the crucial question here. That is slow from Wojciech Wawrzyka. That looks like a handbrake drag. That
Very
is
important we get this right.
that is really important. We might have to switch out to a different view. I'm just gonna do that one more time. This one's going to be crucial because this is for a place in the final. So if needs be, I will tab out. We will go back to a different view. I will log in and we will watch the replay direct from above.
I think I can see that he is not already at a point. Just off.
There's,
Oh,
yeah, there's
that's
no
kind of a
small.
weak. It's a weak way to kind of tell that, in my opinion. So that might be a time for a better camera angle for it, just to be sure. But...
Okay, I'm gonna make this one carry on, and if we need to, if there's not something obvious, I mean, we're gonna have to go back and look at that again. But I want them to do the rest of this battle whilst they're on these tyres. So let's get the second half of this battle down, and if need be, we'll go back and look at the replay in a different way in a minute. But that looks a lot to me.
I'm pretty sure what's happened.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what's happened there as well, as Craig Fulgham goes screaming in, and Wojciech Wawrzyka back on the power this time early. Craig on a lovely lead line, tucks it in onto 3. Wojciech Wawrzyka trying to bring the fight onto the edge of Craig's door as they come through there. This is Craig Fulgham going for that big transition. This is crucial now to get this hooked up and through. Rounded down onto clip 7, power down and across the line. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, I've got a winner. I'm pretty confident. Oh, weird. Might be controversial, so.
Okay, I'm just watching this on the replay, see if there's anything obvious from that second run.
Yeah, the majors. The first run. It's the major.
Chris Ennis, do you have a winner, or do I need to log off and have a look at the replay?
I want to say yes. But
Okay.
I'm not. If there is a way to see a better replay,
Right, I'm going to do this.
Of
So
the
I'm
Craig
going to send
or-
you all to watch that replay one more time from the load in there, and we're going to log off just for a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transition across to my saved view. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to save the replay. Go straight across to that replay. It's loading in now. This one's too crucial for us to make a mistake on it. So
what you do?
Sure, they're already
Yeah.
discussed.
I'm going to share it in our judges Discord, and I'll put it onto the screen for everyone here. So once it's loaded in, it should be loading in now.
I'm pretty sure that there was a slowdown.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I want to be 100% sure there, because that's a controversial call where we could potentially be pushing people to a lower bracket. If Craig made the mistake, he's off to the 3rd, 4th playoff, but my initial reaction with that was it looked like Wojciech was off throttle. But, and this is the thing that's important, we accept that sometimes the smoke line doesn't come back immediately because there is a limitation with the engine and it's an aftermarket smoke thing. The CSP is in there for those regions. The custom shaders patch brings that back. We have, unlike real life, the ability to go back and watch this again and see the throttle trace straight away. So we're going to go back to the throttle trace because we know the throttle trace is accurate. Astral's Vortex, welcome, thank you for the follow. This is what we're looking for. I am looking for, if I go nearer to the end, we're looking for Wojciech Wawryka here in the lead position. I'm going to bring us back to, right, that's that crash. I'm going to do this. I'm going to share it with you guys in the judges channel first. This is the most important bit. Screen. So, you guys who are watching on the stream, I'm going to put this on a slow motion start and I'm going to bring up the throttle trace. This is the important bit here for us. I put them on a slow motion so we can see this. The throttle trace you can see at the bottom of the screen here, this is Wojciech Wawryka. Right, we're going to slow it right down. I'm going to put it on a different camera angle so we can see it. Handbrake, back on the throttle there, off throttle, there's the contact. So I'm just going to run that back again. Off throttle, brake, handbrake, throttle. That's a big slowdown in clip 1. That should be a full-on throttle section.
Yeah, there's no decel there.
Just going to do it one more time, just so we can all see it. There's the flick. Even slower, we're at 8 times speed. Handbrake. And then back on the throttle. And that handbrake jab would be enough to cause that contact. That's what we're seeing there. Oh, that was dramatic. Everything about that was dramatic. Are we happy if I just rewind it one more time, guys? I'm just going to focus just on that rear wheel. Already slowing. No, so there, he's off throttle.
He's on the foot brake and the handbrake.
Yeah, for a second there, and I just want to see what that looks like in real time. Yeah, that would be enough to do it. That would be enough to do it for me.
Yeah.
So, on that basis, gentlemen, whilst I'm loading back in, I'm going to ask you for your winners. Because it is a full throttle section, that is not a brake section.
Mr. Craig then.
Okay. Christopher Ennis gives 1 vote to Craig Fulgham. Caleb Dauphiné.
Craig.
That is 3 votes for Craig Fulgham. Craig returns on the march. He is going to beat his standing from last week. Can he get a third podium? A third win in 4 weeks? He's 4 for 4 on podiums, but that sadly for Wojciech Wawryka, he now has 1 more chance at a podium slot. He will be taking on Alexander Jaegard. That's going to be a matchup. Wojciech Wawryka in an area that is not a podium. Not a brake section, just causing that contact. We went back. We had to be sure about that. We had to be absolutely certain that that was the case. We are now certain that that is the case. We've gone back to it. We've looked at it sufficiently. And it means that Wojciech Wawryka will be going to the 3rd, 4th playoff. That's what he's going to be doing next. You can see them currently doing donuts.
Yes. I just quickly have to ask something. There's a session restart coming in 10 minutes. Can we make it or not?
I think we can.
Okay. I will keep going then.
As long as we don't have too many more 1 more times, we should be able to make that.
Okay. Cheers.
Let's go for it. Cheers, Anders. So, with that in mind, we move on. This is the third, fourth playoff. It is time to see what is going to happen here. Alexander Jaegard facing off against Wojciech Wawrika. That is going to be an interesting one. Let's see how it's shaped up for you guys there. That's the bracket as it is right now. Whilst they come round to the line, Wojciech Wawrika is going to be chasing in Alexander Jaegard. Alexander Jaegard in the lead position. They are ready to go. And then next up after that, it is Oliver Eppinger to lead in Craig Fulgham. Here we go. It's the playoff. They are underway. They are off the line as they go for that initiation. This is going to be crucial. Big flicking entry from Alexander Jaegard, trying to get the hammer down. Gets a bit of a gap away from Wojciech Wawrika in that lead position. Now this is the transition. Is Wojciech going to be able to put the power back on? Yes, he is. Really close there as they go in. That's a big dive from Wojciech Wawrika and makes contact on the front wheel of Alexander Jaegard. That is the kind of thing that would cause a really serious crash in real life. You do not want to get hit on your front wheels as you go through that section. Good transition into the initiation there from those guys. On the power now, you can see it.
From Alex, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
He did miss clip 2 though.
Yes, he did. He was shy on Quip 2, but that contact is really crucial. It's coming out of that decel zone. For me, Alex was already back on throttle as we came through that section, so I see no reason for that contact. Wojciech Wawrika probably just getting into his own head a bit after that decision from the last battle. They're under starters orders. This is for the place in the this is for the final place on the podium even. They are underway. Wojciech Wawrika in the lead position. Alexander Jaegard in the chase. This is for the third step on the podium. Wojciech Wawrika goes for that very straight line entry and gets the hammer down earlier. This time you can see there was much less decel than there was in the previous battle. Alexander Jaegard left him the room to do it this time though, as they come through now onto the throttle. Look how much left foot braking is coming in from Alexander Jaegard. Can he hold it under control there? Oh, that's going to be a big correction. Just manages to gather it back up and across the line. Good grief, that is a scrappy final part of that battle. Well, Chris says well.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, but nah.
Yeah, but new but, yeah, but new but. I mean, that was a thing for sure.
That's an interesting one.
Well, the winner changed in the last 10 foot of the track.
For me, that's a one more time. That's the exact same location for the same error between them. I'm going to ask the question. Christopher Ennis, do you have a winner? Don't tell me who if you do.
Yes.
Okay, could you message me your winner, please? Well, no, just hang on one second. I'm a one more time. Caleb Dauphiné, your vote, please.
Just looking at something real quick.
Just look at the last run, the last sort of between clips 6 and 7. That for me makes it a 10-0.
You're talking about that straight? He wasn't completely straight.
He wasn't drifting.
For me, it was the same level of error. I can see where Chris is coming from. I don't agree with him, but I can see where he's coming from.
For me, that makes that a 10-0, and I don't think what Wojciech did was enough to be a 10-0.
No, see, for me, it goes the other way. Is that I think that balances out the issue from the first run.
In regards to the contact.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask the question.
Yeah, but
Caleb Dauphiné, do you have a winner?
I actually do.
Okay, could you message me your winner, please? Both of you message me your winner, please. And I'm going to move us on, as long as they are both the same. I was about to move us on, but we're not there yet.
I believe those are the correct. Yeah, okay. We're good.
Okay. I have a feeling it's going to be the same from Chris Ennis.
It is, but I've got a...
Chris Ennis has
And this
problems
can
finding
be-
the button that says enter.
This can be explained when we get there.
Just
I'm
wanna
not
say
even going to
this.
try and spell it right.
Okay, cool. We have a winner, Anders. We can move on.
Yep, perfect.
So, this means that we are down to the final. It is Oliver Eppinger to lead in Craig Fulgham. They are coming out to the line now.
I wouldn't like to put money on this.
I would not like to put money on this. This is one of those battles that really could go either way.
I wouldn't have liked to put money on when we got to the top 4. On who
Do you know
would-
what?
who would-
This evening, I know it's drawn by random, and it is totally random, and it is drawn by random.org. We just put the names in, press shuffle, and then I take them out as though they were a battle list of qualifying. But honestly, this has been one of the most even matchups across the board that we've ever had. Like, that is right from the first part of the top 32 down. There's almost not been a bad battle. I'm going to put them under starters orders.
It's been a good day for drifting.
It's been a great day for drifting. Like, sometimes we have events where you just go, well, the loser there was drifting. But today, this has been some good stuff as we are underway in the final. Oliver Eppinger to lead in Craig Fulgham. Oliver Eppinger going for that metronomic flick initiation. Craig Fulgham knowing he's got to bring something here because Oliver Eppinger is fast as he comes up and through. Craig shortcutting the track. He's allowed to do that to try and maintain the proximity, but it's not worked out in his favour. That gap opening up through 4 as he's got to south send the dive onto the inside edge. Oliver Eppinger, that was the exact replica run that we've been waiting to see from him again since the end of the top 16. That is a great run from Oliver Eppinger in that lead position. Craig Fulgham is going to have to really find something to overturn that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to this second run.
This second run is going to be crucial. Oliver Eppinger, beautiful lead line. Craig tucking in hard on 3 to try and maintain that proximity, losing out through 4 but then bringing it back together at the end of the run. It was a nice run. It wasn't Craig's best, and there was that little moment of contact. I'm going to put them under starters orders so we beat the server before the restart. It has almost been a 4-hour event. That's not bad to do a top 32 to a final in 4 hours. They are under starters orders. Let's see this. It is the last chance for Craig Fulgham to get top stop on the podium. Is he going to be able to defeat Oliver Eppinger, who has looked amazing all night as Craig gets that line through turn 1? Beautiful, but Oliver Eppinger's right there. Craig goes wide at 3. That potentially could be a deciding factor, but Oliver Eppinger has a wobble in the background coming out of 3. This is going to go right down to the wire as Craig slows down massively. I know that's a decel, but that was a long way out to the outside edge of the track. Is that going to be deciding as we come round and across the line? Let's watch that straight away. Oh no! I was black screened. Oh no!
It's alright, you've got the replay.
I've got the replay. I'm going to have to tab out. I've just ballsed it up completely. My brain did not press the button. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I know.
Going
I
to
can
be
see that
okay.
the chat is there. It's going to be okay. We've got this. We'll just go back and watch it as though it were a whole new run. That is, I can't believe we got to the final and then I had that balls up. What a ridiculous situation. Replays.
Oh, it's even black screened on the...
Yeah, because of course there was nothing showing on the replay. So here we go. That is,
no,
I
man.
cannot believe that I did that on the final run of the night. I'm so sorry, everyone. Trying to do 3 things: control the stream and do the commentating and do the judging. I'd managed it right up until the final battle, and then I absolutely ballsed it up. I'm so sorry. That is just not acceptable. Just hang my head in shame. Oh God. But we've got the replay. We've got it. Don't you worry. We've got it. Almost went full event without doing. Yes, thank you. I know it's been the best event for it, and then I do it on that crucial final battle. Oh, too many buttons and things to press, and everything is chaos. God, I'm sorry, guys. Right, we've got it though.
Pilot.
Yeah, but normally there's someone else doing something, whereas I'm just going. I got to do all the things.
Usually you just only have to intercept when the plane does something stupid.
No, it's just normally that if I'm doing the flying, then the other guy's got the radios, whereas right now I'm doing the flying and the radios and everything else, and oh, wow.
serving the tea.
And judging the cabin crew on their performance. Oh, you better not have. You'd better be joking. You had better be joking.
Does it not save the replay?
If it hasn't, I have it as well.
Okay, could you?
Oh
So
yeah.
does.
So do I.
Could someone
Yep.
please send me a replay because it has not saved the replay.
That is okay. That is okay.
Hang on. Let me back out.
I have it. I have it. I got it.
I don't think I've ever been more furious. That was almost a perfect event right the way through, and the driving has been immense. And then literally on the very final battle, it all goes Pete Tong. That, you know.
Oh, I'm hoping you got it. My Assetto's frozen.
Oh my god, if we've lost the battle!
I have it. I have it. Okay.
Ah,
Yeah, well,
Knighted,
let me
thank
back
you for the
out.
follow. You join us at a point where I have experienced nothing but shame and will soon see... Gusto already commented he will cry when he sees he opens the wrong replay. Like, it literally... Serb's filthy touch. Did I join at the wrong time? No, perfect timing. Perfect timing to see me absolutely lose my mind as I balls everything up. So that's what the black screen's about. This is how the finals shaped up. Let me give you something to look at so that Serby can get up to date. And I can't believe that's happened. So these guys are sending me the battles.
Yeah, I'm just zipping it.
On the
Quite a
plus
few
side,
ones
it gives
I
the
gotta
server the chance to restart so that everything is okay. I don't think I've ever felt more shame. I shall have to go and commit ritual Sudoku and put 9 numbers in a square.
I've never had such an important file, I don't think.
Most important
Yeah.
file in the history of having files. Oh god, and now that Discord is doing something terrible, it won't open mess. What is going on? How has everything crashed right at the last minute? All that we needed was 2 more minutes of things going well. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Discord's doing a thing.
We're at
Yeah.
70%.
My Assetto has frozen.
Everything about this is ridiculous.
We're gonna get through it together.
Hang on. Hang on.
Game crash. Oh, GPU failed. Oh, that's good.
Alright, I have the link.
Okay,
Or
could you
you.
please send me the link?
I can.
Let's see if this has worked out. Messages failed to load. Discord has had a shit fit. Right at the final hurdle. Seriously? This is ridiculous. What is going on with this? Well, I can only apologise to everyone. I'm going to put you on this camera so you can see my shame in large screen form while I'm waiting for this to come through. I am so sorry. So
has
close
been
yet
sent.
so far. Dishonourable Sudoku. Austin Meek saying Craig wins by default. This is just bad. I can't even open my messages on Discord to open up this link.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, GPU failed. Might be overclocked too much or overheated.
Oh, hang on. Do I have it?
I don't have.
I have it. I have it. I managed to find it. I have 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 it. We're okay, I think. I'm going to transfer it across. I think we're there. So, I think we have it. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. It was
This is
the
most
final battle.
interesting final.
The final part of that battle was Craig Fulgham leading in Oliver Eppinger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I have Craig Fulgham leading in Oliver Eppinger. It turns out it hadn't put it in the normal part and had auto-saved it down to the bottom instead, but I do have this battle. So we are going to watch this. and then we're going to watch the replay of it. So it is on screen now. This is Craig Fulgham leading in Oliver Eppinger. This is the final battle of the night. We have finally managed to get it to work. Craig Fulgham goes wide, absolutely nails that outside line, but Oliver Eppinger is right there, tucks it on the inside. Craig Fulgham misses clip 3, and that could potentially be crucial as we go through the transition. This is now where Oliver Eppinger surges up onto the inside. Craig makes that mistake there, I think, and it causes that contact. We're going to watch it on the replay. We have the actual replay now. Save and replay cam, transition. We actually have the battle. We saw the Oliver Eppinger lead earlier. This is the one that's crucial. If we need to, we can go back and watch Oliver's run again.
I've got a winner.
I want to see this decel. This is crucial now. I think I have a winner. I think I have a
Wait,
winner.
let me see. Let me see the stream, but I'm pretty sure I got one.
I'm going to go back and just remind us of the battle with Oliver Eppinger in the lead, just so that we can see that again. This is Oliver Eppinger's lead in comparison. Absolutely nails it onto that outside line as he comes through, then hooks up onto that inside edge. Craig's tight on 3, manages to maintain the proximity, goes through that transition now. This is that section where it all starts to go wrong for Craig in his chase. In his lead. I think that's excessive decel from Craig. And just in comparison, we're going to watch that straight through. Here is the lead from Craig. Craig not tight onto 3, ends up going wide there. This transition then here is crucial. There is a little bit of a wobble from Oliver Eppinger in the background if we end up going one more time after all of this, but that is a massive amount of slowdown from Craig. For me, that's too much slowdown.
Yeah, slow down's a hard one.
I don't know if it is or not, because it looks like he is gonna make the blip perfectly. And it's not a long slowdown.
Yeah.
I
don't
think Oliver transitioned and picked up a load of speed.
I think Craig dropped a wheel slightly. I think if you watch there, I can show it again, and this is actually quite a good thing, because this turns out to be one of those things where we would have gone to the replay anyway.
Can you not swing the camera around?
I'm going to. So I'm going to put it in slow motion as we come through here. Slow. Right. I even give the throttle trace. So that is off throttle. Craig's still on the brake. He starts to pick the speed up, but look, that's it there. That is...
Hang on, because the stream's a little bit behind.
Sorry, so I'll share with you guys direct, and this way everyone can see exactly what we're talking about. I go to here, share my screen on Discord. Right, here we are. So this transition.
Oh, he's
He's
on tarmac.
That's the decel zone. That's acceptable.
See,
He floats, but this is a section where previously I think Craig's been picking up the throttle earlier. But
But it's still decel, it doesn't matter.
Let's switch to Oliver's chase. He's on throttle, no braking, gets back on the gas because that's where Craig has been picking up the throttle before, and then he's on the brakes already. Oh, gentlemen, this is a really tight one. I don't like this. I don't like how this has worked out.
He just doesn't match the angle. Watch the angle. See, Craig throws on the angle, and Oliver doesn't.
Yeah, I think this one comes down to contact for me, and I think I have a winner.
You watch, see, he straightens and he starts closing and closing.
the crucial thing for me here is that Craig is back on the throttle at the appropriate time. My only question comes down to whether we think that this could count in real-time speed as excessive deceleration. And now I see it from that angle. I don't know if it does.
He
It's a
literally,
decel zone. I don't think it's excessive.
he literally pressed the pedal once, and that was it. Dab.
And he's on the throttle. He's on full throttle. The question is, though, is he off boost? Because if he's off boost and the car's not picking up, it doesn't matter if he's on full throttle, and we can see that as well. So if I put essentials on here, if the RPMs aren't picking up, it doesn't matter if he's full throttle. That's low down the rev range.
No, it picks straight back up.
That was a clutch kick to get it going. And it does struggle to get back up. It doesn't spin up. The tyres don't start spinning up. This is the thing that's crucial for me. This is what I've been trying to get to.
What?
I don't think Craig gets back on boost. I think the car stalls out. If you watch here, look how easily he's revving up into the top of fourth there. 84 kilometres an hour. 83, 82, 81, 80. Gets back on the throttle. 76, 75, 74, 73, 72. It's still slowing down even on full throttle. I don't think he's on boost. I think he stalls out.
No.
Well, I mean, we can disagree. This is the beauty of it. There's a reason there's three of us. We can disagree on this. I'm going to ask the question. Gentlemen, do you have a winner?
Yes.
Please send me your winner. And I'm going to tab back across so that we can get these guys back over to the start line if we need to, if there is a disagreement.
Stop your screen, Ben. Otherwise, it'll ruin it.
Hang on. So, let me connect to here. So, you guys on the stream, you've had a look at that as well. Let's see what people are seeing. Wow. Winner drifting, send it again.
What,
if you
really?
see Oliver lead, he hit the clip in the inner clip. One more time from Augusto Ferreira. One more time from people there. Not on the dirt from Austin Meeks. One more time from Serby. Craigie Pleb, why you on 20% boost? Lols. 80 boy. Oliver wins, so I feel better about myself for Alexander Yegard. 135 mile per hour wheel speed. They're all saying one more time. So I'm going to have a look at what we have here. I'm going to see, gentlemen, your winners. Let's have a look. I can tell you, after all of that, despite what everyone's saying about one more times, that the judges have decided on a winner. And I can also tell you that it is very definitely a split decision. So, I'm going to get Anders to bring them round to the start. Or to, in fact, if they could come to this corner. So, we have a winner, Anders.
I'm sure we'll be talking about this one.
We have a winner. I can confirm it is not unanimous. After all of that fuckery, all of that messing about, it doesn't matter if it's demonetised now. I apologise to everyone for how long that got dragged out for. In the end, I think it was an excellent thing that we went to that replay and we had a chance to properly have a look at it. And I know, I can understand that you guys are all saying it should have gone one more time. I understand that, and I can agree with that, and I can tell you it was a split decision, but we do have a winner, and the guys have decided it. Craig versus Oliver, that was our final, but we'll come to that in a second. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of our drivers. Thank you to all of you at home. Thank you to everyone watching. Thanks to our sponsors. That is Eclipse Motorsport, Fibre Factory, Enemed Racing Fuels, Grams Performance Injectors, What Would Dango Do, and Accelerate Tyre. Thank you to everyone there. It has been a pleasure being supported by you. Thank you to all of our Patreons for joining us and supporting us and coming along. Thank you to all of you guys for putting up with me making such a hash of broadcasting that final battle. I can now tell you that in the third, fourth playoff, the person who has achieved that third step on the podium is Wojciech Wawryka. Congratulations to him. He gets bronze tonight. In that controversial final, it did not go one more time. I totally get why you would all say that. I understand completely. However, it did not go one more time. It has got a winner. I disagree with my colleagues on this. Caleb and Chris both went for the same person. I did not. It means that tonight's winner is... I will make sure that this comes up on screen at the same time. I'm not deliberately trying to hang this out a little bit further. Tonight's winner is Oliver Eppinger. Oliver Eppinger gets the win. Craig Fulgham comes in second. That is one hell of a way to round out the battle. Congratulations to everyone who took part. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Congratulations especially to Oliver Eppinger on that lead run all night. It was absolutely monumental. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. Thank you very much to everyone taking part. Thank you to Caleb, Dauphiny and Chris Ennis. It's been a pleasure chatting with you gentlemen all evening. Thank you for coming along. I hope you had fun.
That was probably one of the best events thus far.
It was definitely a thing. Chris, did you have fun?
Yeah.
With intolerances. And thank you very much indeed also to Anders Unger, our driver, wrangler and start marshal. We couldn't do this without him. What we are going to do, guys, is we are going to take the promo photos from all of this at the end whilst these guys are stuck in that line there. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to drop out of the chat in order to do that. I'm going to get that photo and then I'm going to restart the stream so that you guys can come back and join us, and we are going to have a watch party on the stream for Formula Drift Round 1 at Road Atlanta. That is what we're looking for there. So if you guys are going to stay with us, then you are more than welcome to. We would love to have you around. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining us. It has been a real pleasure, and we will see you all next time, next week, same bat time, same bat place for another fantastic event. Take care, everybody. Have a great week. And if you're coming back to watch Formula D with us, then we will see you very, very soon. Have a great night if not.